All right. Well, I think this is the 27th live stream, and I forgot to change it in the subject line. So I'll probably change that in a bit. This is Joshua Kemble's live stream. This is the live stream where I basically do a stream while I'm working on book 2 of my set of graphic novels called Two Stories. Book 1 came out in December, and Two Stories, you can basically purchase this. It's on Amazon, and I highly recommend it. Took about 5 years to make. And basically, it's a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. It's 120-ish pages, pretty highly rendered, and it alternates between two styles, depending on whether it's a sequence from childhood or from adulthood, and deals with some pretty heavy themes. So it's definitely not like an all ages book. It's definitely recommended for like 15 or older because it touches on subjects like suicide and mental illness, panic disorder, and then some pretty heavy issues of faith that probably aren't appropriate for like a kid. So anyhow, that's the first book, and now I'm working on the second book. What you're going to see on the screen is me working on thumbnails and roughs, so they're a lot looser than the final pages will be. And if you've been following these streams, I apologize, but I want to go through this run through for any viewers who might be new. How's it going, Ronnie? Joining in the chats. How's it going, Ronnie? How you doing? It seems like, am I wrong? It seems like you have the day off. I'm trying to remember your work schedule, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to go into work tomorrow. But if you do, I'm sorry. Anyhow, Ronnie Gunter is working on a really cool comic too. That's like a horror comic, and Crimson Owl Comics, pretty cool YouTube channel. They talk about horror comics, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so let me get back into my spiel. So basically, I'm working on thumbnails and roughs for book 2. The last stream, which I think was 2 days ago because I missed a stream yesterday, was me finishing page 99. And so this momentous occasion will be me doing the roughs and thumbnails for page 100, which is cool because it should be about 120-ish pages, give or take a signature of 4. And then I also, like, once again, each chapter will be divided, just like in the first book. I divide chapters by chapter titles that are really transparent story structure type things. So basically, like, when it comes to like conflict, it's going to say the conflict for the chapter. When it's character building moments, it'll say character building. When it's rising action, it's called rising action. Anyhow, so it's pretty on the nose with the story structure, and that will continue. So those will be additional pages when I'm working out the sequences on the next phase of working on book 2, which basically will be when I work out like all the lettering and panel borders and all of that fun stuff. Yeah, so we'll see. That's pretty much where that's at. So anyhow, let's get going. Ronnie, how you doing, man? What are you working on? Are you working on your comic? I hope so. Yeah, Ronnie's comic is looking pretty cool. Oh, one last thing. I did a little process video making. I haven't been able to share this. I've mentioned it a few times on the stream that I was working on a special project. So Scott Zirkland's girlfriend and family were organizing this kind of cool event. Hey, Corey, hop on, dude, if you want. And so Corey and I actually have covertly been participating in this big surprise thing for Scott's birthday because it's like his big 5-0, which is a huge deal. And so I made Let me see if I can pull it up. I made a poster for Young and the Dead, and I'll kind of show you guys. It has since been pointed out, and this is a really sad thing, but I will let Scott know this just so that if he orders prints, he'll catch this. But that I misspelled hordes. Like I spelled hordes like hoarder instead of hordes like HORDES. And that's why I usually have somebody proof my work before I send it to print. But because of the urgency of Scott's birthday, I totally missed the hordes. But anyhow, it's a pretty cool little tribute, kind of referencing a bunch of EC comic covers just to get that old horror vibe since he's doing a horror comic. And that will explain that. I'm not sure why the screen is wigging out when I show color. Maybe if Corey does end up hopping on. Oh, he's working on a photo emulsion screen. That's badass, man. Dude, very fun. Just make sure you give it the right amount of exposure, and like don't underexpose the screen or overexpose it. It's kind of a headache. Good luck, man. Corey is working on a really cool. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull that out. Oh, here he said, I work on Sundays through Thursdays, so your Friday morning streams, I miss being sleeping in a little. That's okay. But it is cool to see you, dude, and I hope you have a good day at work. Corey was just talking about, a sponsored video due soon. That's cool, dude. Good times. So, but anyhow, Corey is working on like screen prints for he's doing these really cool like I don't know, I'd almost call them punk rock patches. I used to buy them in high school or make them, where it's like you have like a square of fabric. There's no like, embroidery or anything on it. It's just a straight sheet of like black fabric that you screen print a band logo on or something, or an anarchy symbol or whatever it is. And then you can put it on like your jacket and represent. And Corey is making those, I believe, from a bunch of designs that he made, which I'm pretty excited about. And I think they'll be very cool. Sorry, I was weeding in the yard today for about a good 5 hours. And I have massively bad allergies. So if I seem kind of like this occasionally, that's me just sinuses, which is cool. So Corey, if I end up doing a sponsored video, it should be for like an allergy medicine company where it'll be like, have terrible allergies from weeding the yard all day. So anyhow, okay. That being said, let's get going on the next page. I'm pretty excited though. So that poster I showed of Scott Strickland, if you look on my YouTube channel, like either after this stream or during the stream, whatever, there's a very short, like 2-minute process video of me hand inking and hand lettering that for Scott. So it was a fun little side project. I don't usually do gift art for people, but it's Scott's 50th and Scott's a cool dude. So, all right, so here we go. Let's see here. So now we're gonna merge. I'm gonna merge those layers that I made on the last stream, and then we're gonna break it into 3. But yeah, one of the things that reasons I didn't stream last night was just complete exhaustion. And you'll see this theme repeat, but for me, I'm always trying to ride a line of what's accomplishable and what's achievable, and it can be really difficult to juggle the day work and the night work. And yeah, it was just a night where I thought I was going to take a little power nap, and I ended up sleeping the entire night, um, which set me behind a little bit, but I think was necessary. So I also had skipped my workout for like a day as well. So that means today when I hit the workout again, it was just super painful. I've always noticed that. I think it's with art too, where if I miss a day, like as long as I kind of keep on like a machine like schedule with a lot of repetition, I do great. If I miss a day, it's just brutal the next day I come back. If I miss 2 days, it's twice as brutal the next time I come back. Same with working out. Um, which is why I try to be slightly religious in my showing up practice of doing art, where it's like you have to kind of show up, and I feel like that's half the battle. But yeah, just mentally and physically was exhausted from a really tough week outside of the art that I'm doing. So that was why. Let me see. Okay, so let's get to this. This is going to be on the phone. Okay, so I do want to pull locations from the first book because this is bringing us back. Like now we're back in Portland where the majority of the beginning sequences and then the middle sequences take place in two stories. And so I need to make sure that I'm being consistent with my locations. And I'm sure there are some inconsistencies. I mean, that's kind of inevitable, but the more you can kind of avoid those when working on a big sequential project. Because when I'm done with this whole book, and the thing I'm actually excited about is I'm going to end up with like 200 and something page story total with the two books combined. And that I think it's going to be a story worth telling. And it's weird because it's like you almost have to be really convicted that what you're doing is worth telling if you're going to commit to a project that long, especially one that's like not, like a mainstream kind of proposition. Okay. So here we go. And we're going to start getting into, I just need to find, I know there's a sequence that has bedroom, and that's kind of what I want to pull from. Okay, so I'm going to grab this JPEG from the final art. It's from the first book. And I think I'm going to pull this because this also has the bedroom. And then I think there's like a slightly different variation on the bedroom early on because I think that's going to be the location of this conversation. That's coming up in the script. I was really proud of that sequence of panels of the character being woken up by the dog. And what's funny is we do this show, Corey and I do a show called the Indie Review Show. And I didn't even realize at the time I was making this that the sequence of being woken up by a dog, by being slapped in the face by it, even though that was very autobiographical, like that happens to me all the time. There's a similar sequence in the Graham Annabelle book that I reviewed, and I was like, I wonder if I stored that somewhere in my subconscious. That's always really interesting. I think that's one of the reasons it's important as an artist to like feed yourself with other art and other books, and why I'm excited about Indie Review Show. Even talking about other books, other artists, other illustrators, it helps give you perspective and inspiration. And I remember this very well from teaching. Like, if you talk to kids about art, or like about artists, like it was one thing, but if you actually showed them visual examples, usually it would, like, fire up and ignite some interest for and work. So going off of a chart, smart. So like sorry, off of a chart for your sponsored video or for the screen print, Corey? All right. So Ronnie, how far are you on your comic now, man? Okay, so I'm gonna pull, now that I've got these, I'm gonna be pulling. So the other day on Twitch, I had someone who I think might be Comicsgate, like follow me. And I want to be really clear that I'm not subscribing to that kind of thing, like Comicsgate. I'm open to like anyone following my work, but I don't really support or have interest in that kind of thing. Anyhow, it was just a funny thing where it was like in my subconscious after. I keep talking about subconscious today, and I think it's subconscious, but I always mispronounce that. Oh, 5 pages total. Nice. Anyhow, I just thought it was funny because it kind of stuck with me after, where I was like, I hope this dude knows what he's getting into with my channel. Not that I'm like, I don't think I get highly political, and I think what I tend to say is pretty okay. Like I don't tend to make biased statements that I haven't thought out. So yeah, but anyhow, it was interesting. Let's see here. And actually, it's a topic kind of relating to today that I might bring up regarding libertarianism. And it's just something I've been thinking about and kind of wouldn't mind getting in like a conversation about, rather than like some heckling debate or something. It's like, it's an actual honest curiosity about like the gold standard thing that I hear a lot of libertarians kind of talk about. It's been on my mind. This is what I do late at night when I'm working on comics. I think about weird political stuff and like work on sappy autobio comics. All right, so here we go. I do think whatever project I work on next is either going to be super political or not. Oh, hang on a sec. Getting a message. Hey, Corey, can I share this? Dude, that's a very clean looking screen, man. You need to get a better screen, though. I tried using those like wood ones and they're okay, but you need to get like a legit aluminum frame. Here, I'll show what Corey just sent. So Corey just burnt the screen, which is really pretty clean. And then also, do you have any screen filler? Because what I would do is like I'd go over there with, there's like a little, I forget what it's called, but it usually dries kind of red. But you can just kind of paint it on like those little spots where you're seeing a little bit of like potential weakness, because you don't want to have to clean those up later. So go through with like a spotter and get rid of those little holes, and then you should be good. I don't know if that makes sense. Totally defaulting to like screen printing stuff. I haven't done screen printing in like a decade, but I did take a class at Cal State Long Beach, 2 classes, one in graduate school and then one as an undergrad. And Cal State Long Beach has like one of the best printmaking programs in California. So it was cool because they have like really legit facilities with like these huge flatbed things and just like all this cool stuff. Um, but the one thing I learned from that is like, there's a couple tricks that I always would recommend for somebody screen printing. One would be um, the penny trick. So if you like, you need to hinge your screen print if you're doing multiple colors, especially. So you come up with like a contraption to hinge your screen so you can kind of like pull it up and then like put whatever you're screen printing underneath and then pop it down. But the other trick is if you tape two pennies to the corners that are on the side that's not hinged, it gives it enough distance from the page to where you don't end up like pulling it up and pulling up whatever you're screening on. Tape down whatever you're screen printing, like whatever the surface you're screen printing on. And then, what was the other thing? Oh, like if you're screen printing on black, just do a double pull. So like, especially if it's like white over black, don't just do one pull, do one pull, clear it, and then do another pull. Oh, and then when you're clearing your screen, make sure you lift it to clear back and then pop it down. There you go. So those are my tips. I'm sure, honestly, Corey is so technically proficient. I'm guessing his screen prints will be better than mine. The thing I also struggled with screen printing was I never really got perfect registration of color. But that's a pretty good screen, man. Is that the first one you burnt? Because that's pretty solid, Corey. Yeah. Anyhow. All right. So I'm gonna get to this thumbnail now. And then try to remember, you know what? I have this little thing, and I think this is going to become a common thread on these streams, but I'm going to write down gold standard with a question mark, because that might be my topic. I don't know. We'll see. If you guys have any curiosities or things that are on your mind too, let me know. That can direct me to a topic. Ronnie, you got anything hot on your mind that's been going on with art? Any current struggles or questions? Okay. Because for me, like one of the big ones lately, and like that was like a yesterday thing too, is like I struggle resting. I struggle with the idea as a creative of like pausing and resting, because I have this tendency to want to be like a superhuman who can be like a productivity machine. And I think a lot of that stems from living in a society that values productivity over humanity sometimes. And so like for me, that's one of the big ones. Was like, it was amazing how guilty I felt yesterday after working a really long shift at my job and with like high stakes situations that are really stressful and stuff. And I felt just miserable about going to bed. It's a weird thing. And it's kind of good in a weird way, because it's like creativity requires dedication. So it's like that there's a healthy part to it, but it's like anything else human, where something that's healthy can become really unhealthy if I don't kind of gauge it. And so today, similar thing. Like I wanted to be a superhuman, like weeding the yard, and so I did it for like 5 hours, and I should have stopped at like 2, because I mean it just spent me for most of the day. Ooh, there's a Corey Kerr jumping in. I wonder if he was enticed by the gold standard thing or what. I'm adding you in, bud. How's it going, Corey?
Good. How are you doing?
All right, I'm hanging in there. And I got to change my layout real quick to Corey. I should just name this to Corey.
What's that?
I should just rename this layout setting in OBS as Corey. How you doing, man?
Doing okay. It's kind of I'm under the gun a little bit.
Yeah.
So I got a sponsor, which is cool.
Nice.
Like a free product sponsor, not like a paid sponsor.
Cool. So when are you smoking tobacco on your?
Yeah. So that's what I wanted to take a moment to talk to you guys about. No. So but they gave me a. I don't even know what month it is. Is it February? What month is it right now? Yeah, February. So February 22nd deadline, which was going to be totally fine until my aunt died. And so I'm going to a funeral.
Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah, it's kind of a happy, sad thing. She was in a ton of pain.
Oh, okay.
Her body had kind of fallen apart. And so it's like, I'm sure it'll hit us all later, but like right now we're happy that she's not in pain anymore. And she had lost 2 daughters, and so she's back with her daughters. But
wait, she lost 2 daughters?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Different types of drug abuse. So one was pain pills and the other was street. So anyway, but that was years ago.
Jeez.
So rough. Anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm ready to talk about it, but because of that, she's, I'm going to anyway, it cut off the days that I thought I had to make these videos. So I'm probably going to pull an all-nighter. Because I had to expose the screen, like do the photo emulsion coat last night. And then, anyway, long story short, I have to do the entire screen print tonight because that's like the whole point of the video.
Oh, nice. So it's screen printing material.
Well, yeah, it's Aurora heated apparel, and
okay.
I just sent them a note and said, hey, you guys are awesome. I loved doing something with you last year. Just wanted to say hi and let you know it's snowing. And they're like, yeah, let's do something again. Your one last year was cool. And I was like, oh no, it's fine. I don't need any new product or anything. And they're like, no, it's good. Here, we've got some new stuff that we want to promote. So like, tell us what you want. And so I sent back, I was like, well, with this one, I could do this type of video. This one, I could do this type of video.
Yeah.
And the one that they got excited about was they have a fleece hoodie that's heated. And my pitch about that one was I've got that jean jacket that it just doesn't work in these temperatures. And so I was like, I could tie it in because that jean jacket is like covered in patches and screen prints and pins and stuff.
Yeah.
And if I layered it with one of your hoodies, then I could wear it in the winter too. And she was like, yeah, that's the best tie-in, I think, to your artwork.
Got it.
Because most of their influencers are like outdoorsy people. They're like, they're going hiking, biking, and fishing and whatever. And so I'm a little bit of an oddball for their stuff. But
got it.
But anyway, all of that is to say, if I can't get the screen print done tonight, I don't have a video. So it's a little bit of pressure, given that I have one screen. So I'm really glad that at least one of those came out. I think I blew out the lettering on one of the smaller ones.
Yeah, that screen looks good though. And like I said, I at some point like play around with it, but at some point invest the $80 or whatever for like an aluminum frame with like the hard. Like it's like a weird thing, but it's like yellow, like the screen itself. You will not regret it because like the cool thing about that is the frames are like way more reusable.
Yeah.
I actually never mind. disregard what I'm saying. It depends on what you want to use it for. So if you want like an industrial level screen print where you can blow the screens out at like with a power washer and then kind of make a new screen.
Right.
But if you want screens you can kind of keep around, you might have to. But an aluminum frame is going to help because like the give on those wood frames is a pain in the ass. Like,
yeah.
And I remember in high school that's what we used to use, the wood ones, and it was okay. But then it's like when I got to college and took screen printing and we had to use those aluminum ones. It was like night and day where it felt like almost like playing guitar on a really crappy instrument, and then you finally play a Fender and you're like, oh man, what the hell? Which honestly is a good experience anyway. You should always start with, like, to me, I think like even with comics, like I feel bummed out sometimes when students ask about like, what do you use, you know? Because it's like almost like they're missing out on the possibility of doing, oh, that's cool, dude. Very cool.
So this is
you got some B-roll.
Well, this is what the video is that I'll be doing.
That's going to be so cool.
So the video is basically like, you know, watch me figure this out for the first time.
I love it.
So, yeah.
Yep, doing it right, man.
Anyway. So yeah, so it'll be interesting. Yeah, I like the idea of better equipment.
Oh, well, start with the cheap stuff. Like I said, like I think students should start out with Sharpies when they're doing inking. Like, you know, like there's no reason to like invest in like a Series 7 when you're starting, you know? And it's like with this, I think use it for what it's good for, and then if you start noticing the screen having too much give, and then you know you can get into the aluminum ones and stuff. Dude, I don't know if you heard my little pro tip on that, but tape some pennies, bottom left corner or the bottom corners, like right and left. It'll save you a headache.
Do you see I don't know if you can see it, but the lower, hold on, let me rewind a little bit. Right there next to my name, that little brown thing, that's a kickstand that I screwed onto the frame.
So rad.
So
I love it.
Anyway, yeah, it was cool to watch it kind of just disappear.
Yeah, I love that was one of my favorite parts of screen printing was power washing.
Yeah.
Blowing out the dead part where you're like, yes. Yeah, I miss screen printing sometimes. It's fun.
You should do
There's
it.
a smell to the fluid. It's weird. I took photography a long time ago too. Like in high school, they had like a ROT, I forget, whatever it is, program, you know, where you get like a certificate.
Okay.
Like a job training program for photography. And it was cool because, like, once again, I went to like a really crappy, underfunded high school.
Yeah.
But for some reason, the photo teacher was a smart guy and had gotten like a grant. And so because of that, we had like endless rolls of film. So the students could literally like kick in like $5 at the beginning of the year and we got just unlimited film, which is
that's cool.
Pretty rad, you know?
If you look right here, you can see how I destroyed that word first.
Yeah, like that one probably didn't get exposed long enough.
Yeah. I went off of the chart.
And it might have also been uneven coding, like, or maybe the coding was too thin.
Yeah.
What I would do though, like when you're starting, dude, is like I would not group a bunch on one thing. I'd go like one at a time. You know?
Too late for that. This is my one shot for tonight.
Yeah.
I'll be doing a lot of this, but I mean, yeah, this is it.
I'm excited though. Well, what's cool is you got something usable out of it though, you know?
Yeah, I think the big one will work.
Yeah, it's gonna work. It looks like a good screen.
I was
Try it
actually,
first with one pole, like have a couple versions of fabric. Try it
yeah.
first with like one pole and see. But most likely if it's white on black, you're gonna need 2 poles. Fun times.
Yeah. So
I love it. That makes me um very much miss screen printing.
you should do it, man.
I don't know. I have a garage, now, so it's like I could.
Yeah.
I've
I
thought
can't do
about it.
I can't do it in my garage.
Yeah, we'd have to clean a lot in there.
It's too cold.
Well, yeah, you'd probably like feel like a Texan for a little bit, but it's
Yeah.
too
I feel
soon.
bad for the I feel bad for the Texas people because
I
it's
feel
not like
very
it's that,
bad for them. They got screwed.
yeah, it's not like it's that cold or anything up there, but like the real problem is they don't have the infrastructure. Like,
No, I've seen it like to be. I mean, I think there's a lot of problems with deregulation that kind of led to where they're at that could have been avoided. But that's always like anytime there's a disaster, there's a hindsight element.
sure,
But to be fair, like when I lived in Portland, like it snowed and they didn't know at all. Like
right.
they do deal with snow, but they didn't have like the infrastructure to deal with like mass snow. And so
Well, I mean,
you'd have
if it
cars
never,
slipping all
yeah,
over the place because they didn't.
if it never really snows,
Yeah.
there are quite a few problems that can happen.
Yeah, so they had like 2 vehicles to do the salting in the area we lived in, and that's just not enough. Like when you
Right.
have a massive snow thing. Whereas like, where you live, they probably have like a whole fleet of vehicles that do the salt and like they have like I'm sure every store sells chains, whereas like in Portland it was like stores didn't really stock up on chains. No citizens stocked up on chains. Like
How bad was it that you needed chains?
well, it was like pretty bad. Like, in fact, oddly enough, like what the time I'm writing about, like it was like I think about a month or so of just like heavy snow, and like there were points where we were snowed in, but it's like it wasn't dire enough to like need mass infrastructure. But my point is, I've lived in a state that got surprised by weather and
Right.
wasn't prepared for it because they just don't get it that often. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for them to invest in it,
Right.
right? So yeah, I totally feel sympathetic to that too.
Yeah.
Ronnie was saying what I was saying earlier. He agrees, a creative mind fighting against the weak body. Yeah, totally. that's well. I mean, I'm imagining Corey's having a bit of that right now, where it's like playing catch up, and it's like, how do you bunch this whole video into a night? And yet like the drive is there, the desire is there, but like will the body go along with it? It's tough, man.
Yeah.
I feel like that's my life, is a fight against my body.
Yeah. I like our bodies. They do a lot for us, but they also cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, I mean they're amazing in the sense of like it's sort of a miracle that we're able to like through these weird guttural sounds like make language and do all this cool stuff with like digits in our hands, and we have these awesome thumbs that like animals would look at and be like, you jerk, how did you get that thumb? Can I get that thumb? Yeah, but I don't know, it's an interesting thing. So cool. So what are you planning on doing? Are you gonna pull the screens, or like what are you prepping right now?
So I'm drying the screen. So I've got it, I've got to go shoot some footage of that setup too. But
Nice.
I've got it sitting in my bathroom with a box fan on it.
Nice.
So I'm drying it, and then I'm gonna expose it a little bit longer to like harden the stuff that's left.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just got some black canvas fabric, and I'm gonna pull some experiments and see if I can make a couple patches out of it. I don't know how many people are going to be interested. It's interesting because it's a I can pull it up. It's a First Amendment patch, and if you want one of the amendments, there are like 4,000 different designs for the Second Amendment.
Yeah, of course.
I couldn't find anything for the First Amendment. So I don't know if that means that people who are really excited about free speech don't wear patches, or if just nobody's thought of doing it before. Because it's like it's kind of hard to make. It's not hard to make guns look cool. Like they just look cool. But
Yeah.
it's pretty hard to make journalism look cool.
Yeah.
So this is what I got. So
I think it's cool. I
yeah.
think I think it's a good sign if it's something that hasn't been done, and I mean, I would imagine I'll be interested in seeing who buys it. You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
I hope I sell a few. I'm trying to find like a price point that makes sense.
yeah, that's hard
Um,
to figure out with something like that, where it's like I don't know what those retail for.
yeah, I mean, I know what they go for on like Etsy and stuff, but I tend to, I, I don't know. I don't want to do this 100% of my free time. So if I price it too low
Hmm.
and and I sell like 300 of them, I would be
Mhm.
like, oh crap. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's like a ton of work. But if I price it too high and people who really want it can't afford it, like I wouldn't want that either. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out
Like what that
what
fine
that
balance
sweet
is.
spot is where it discourages like kind of just
Mhm.
too much sales so that or I don't know. I could also just charge whatever I want and then just do a limited run.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not like I have to fill every order. I could just say, hey, there's going to be 50 of these, so get it if you want it.
Yeah, or just like say like these might be for a limited time. That way you leave it open, see if you
Yeah,
like it. Yeah, because there's all kinds of issues with like doing multiple runs too, where it's like screen printing's crazy, man. It's cool, but you always have to it's a manufacturing process, so it's like you have to kind of equate in like some of those polls won't work out.
right.
Um,
Well, then the screen is gonna, it's not gonna last forever.
yeah, if you have to reburn the screen, like that kind of thing. So that's
Yeah.
I do think though, like it's super fun and it's easier. It's like everything. It's easier and harder than people think it is.
Yeah.
It's both easier and harder. Um, the manual labor part of it is a lot harder than I think a lot of people imagine, especially when you're doing like big posters and stuff. But it's
Mm.
like with or multiple color processes where you're having to do a lot of dry time and you're just running through a run of like even doing like 50, you would think on its head is not that hard, but I remember the late nights in that screen printing lab like pulling posters and just it's a
Yeah,
lot
and
of work.
that's a lab where you have room to put stuff.
Yeah, and that's where you have like dry racks and like all the
Right.
facilities and stuff, and it's just the manual labor part of it is pretty exhausting.
Yeah,
Uh,
I still am not sure how.
with patches, I'm imagining like these aren't huge, like so that's good. So you're not
Yeah, I
having to
mean,
do those big print pulls where you're like,
right. The one's like this.
yeah.
The biggest one is like an 8x8 ish.
So that's not going to kill your arm as much as like the big, like 11 by 17, like where you're having
Right.
to pull that long run. It's like these are like little, like it should be fast. And I
Yeah.
don't know. I think it's worth a try, and I think figuring out the pricing and stuff, just go with it as it goes.
Yeah. Honestly, I might just do like a pay what you want.
Have a good one, Ronnie. Thanks
See
for
you,
stopping
Ronnie.
by. Loyalty shows up like every day before work. It's kind of amazing.
Ronnie's awesome.
um, yeah, I think that's a good idea though, dude. And I think it's fun. So do it as long as it's fun, you know?
Yeah. Well, and
So
even if I only do it just so that I can put something on my jacket, I
yeah,
don't even. That's why I got it. It's like I don't even really care if anybody else wants it. It's cool if they do. I want them to
yeah,
want it, but if they don't, I'll still be excited to
yeah.
like,
Well,
you
I
know.
think that's the good origin of a lot of products. I know like in marketing, people always say like don't pretend your client is you, but some of the best stuff you can make is for the client that's you. So it's like a mix where it's like, I don't know, like when I've done stuff for like guitar companies and stuff like that, like the fact that I'm a guitarist has not been a harmful factor. It's been helpful because I've been like, I would be super into this. And then when we put it in retail, it ends up that people who are guitarists are super into it. Like, it doesn't hurt to like know your market. Not that you can do that with everyone, but another good premise too with that is like, generally if it's something you wouldn't be into, like, if you can hype, like, which I think we all can empathize with other people, right? But it's like, if you envision it's something you would never buy, if you were, let's say you're designing stuff for like women who are really into glitter, and you just imagine, like, if I were a woman who was really into glitter, would I be into this? And if your answer is no, then you probably are making a product that they won't be into,
Yeah.
And then every once in a while, there's that surprise where you're like, I have no idea why people like this, but they like this stupid thing. But anyhow, my point is, if you're coming from the angle of like, hey, I want this on my jacket, I think that's actually a healthy angle to come from for creativity. Because if you're, I'm sure you tell your students that, but it's like, in fact, now I'm curious. Have you had those moments where you're creating a student's artwork and you're just like, it's like formally it's okay. It's not like it kind of ticks off all the boxes on the assignment, but you can just tell they didn't give a shit. Like, it's just reading on the page where you're just like, you just aren't into this. Like, I can tell, like, just the line's boring. Like, everything about it's boring. You were bored when you made this. I don't know. Anyhow. So.
Yeah, I've had that happen for sure.
Yeah. So I always like try to, with artists and stuff, like, encourage us to do the things, get passionate about what we're working on. If it's for a client, find the thing, whatever it is. Like, if it's a client where you have no interest, what's the one thing you can get excited about on the project? Is it type? Like, maybe it could be like, I'll play with formalistic design and express my love of Futura or something, like whatever it is that can kind of get you motivated and passionate about what you're doing. That's the little gimmicky trick we have to do, I think. It's creative.
I also think becoming your audience is a good idea too.
100%. And also like pursuing those things where it's like, hey, this would be cool. I really think there's a lot to that. Like, my whole t-shirt career prior to art direction was based on that, where it was like, hey, I'd wear that shirt. And then every once in a while, I mean, definitely during that, there were heartbreaking moments where I'm like, I don't understand why people don't like this. Like, I love it and nobody gives a shit about it. That inevitably is going to happen with your art.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a high potential with this book, where it's like, I feel really passionate about it. I know I'm making a decent book, and I know the subject matter is important, but as to whether people on a grand scale are going to give a shit about it, I don't know. But the nice thing about those passion projects is like, on the plus side, you'll have that on your jacket, so if nobody cares, cool. I actually think the First Amendment thing's cool. It might tie into the thing I was thinking about talking about, but I don't mind switching topics too. I just had this like, I have a family member who's a hardcore libertarian, and is like really into talking about it like all the time. And, Corey, you can tell from my personality, I have trouble shying away from conversation. Like, I rarely am the type who's like, let's not get into a political discussion today. Right. And I also rarely am the type who can like shut down a conversation very effectively. So we always end up in these conversations and there's like logical holes that I've never found suitable answers to. And they bug me, like, because I have people I respect in my life, like, who are like full bore libertarians, and I'm not talking like you or I, Corey, where it's like I think on its face, there's probably a lot of things in libertarian viewpoints that maybe I would find common ground with. You would probably find common ground with, but like I'm talking like full bore like anarcho libertarian, you know,
Right.
and that for me is like it's like there's these little conundrums that I have trouble navigating and I think about, but I have no idea like what, like I'm eager to hear a viewpoint other than my own on it that might answer how a libertarian answers these things.
Mhm.
But it's hard anyhow. I don't know if you have that where it's like a different philosophy and your brain will be racked with like, but how do they get through this part, like, and not in like a negative judgy way, just like a like, hey, there's this big question that's being begged here, like what's the answer, you know? I don't know, I get bothered by that kind of thing, not in like a bad way where I'm like losing sleep over it, but just like like today I was entertaining that while working on comics, like in my head I was like trying to figure out um like what's the, because I want to hear like a logical answer so I can be like, oh, okay, that's why this is like a full bore thing, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know, does that make sense or sound stupid?
No, it makes sense. I don't really operate that way, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I like knowing what people think and why they think it, and like
I
how
I
they get around other stuff, like how they get around logical conundrums.
I do as well, but I'm not super into conflict. I don't really like, I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
I'm,
I
I'm
get
never
that.
like really excited to talk to somebody that I disagree with strongly about that. I mean,
Yeah,
I'd like to hear their opinions and stuff, but I've I don't want to say grown out of it because that makes it sound like I've somehow evolved in that, debating is like lesser or whatever. And I don't believe that.
well,
But I'm not as into it as I used to be when I was a teenager. And when I was a teenager, I was like really into it. Early 20s, I was like really into it. And now I'm like
yeah,
just not terribly interested in convincing other people of
yeah,
anything. I'm just like, you can believe what you want. It's fine.
yeah, that I definitely would agree with. Like, I'm not quite where I was like as a teenager, you know, there's definitely a different kind of teenage vibe to um, philosophy that's like, as a teenager you look at philosophy because you have it all figured out.
Right.
So you're kind of looking for philosophy that just like will back your own opinion and you're like, yeah, see, I'm smart.
But I was
But like,
also just looking to like intellectually destroy people because I was
oh
kind of
yeah, there's
so
a
that
part
was
of, I know that's a part of me still though, um, but it's not the best part of me, and it's definitely not the main part of me. But there is a part of me, like if I'm being honest and fair, there's a part of me that does enjoy that. Although the weird thing is, I also don't pretend to be like somebody who can do that to somebody very effectively.
right.
So it's like, I don't know. It's like a sandbox that I can play in and I avoid playing in, but I know there's a temptation to play in it about myself. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I also realize like I'm not at the same league as like an Oxford scholar, you know, where like I wouldn't expect to be holding ground in a conversation like that with, you know, I feel like there's a league of intellectuality that I can hit, and then there's a league that's like a sandbox I just can't play in, you know,
Yeah.
even if I wanted to. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well,
So for
that's
me, it's more fascination in other people kind of thing, where it's like I literally just get curious, like why people believe certain things, like And that's not out of a like to prove them wrong kind of way, but like a sincere curiosity, like how do they rectify this, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And like to the point where I'm like aware of those things for my own belief system too, where I'm like there's things that I know are like logically difficult and problematic, and I for my own beliefs like find that fascinating too. It's probably just like the autist in me, I guess. Not the artist, but the autist. It's like, I don't know, but it is one of those things that fascinates me, and maybe needlessly so. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think, people can be good people and have different viewpoints.
Oh, yeah.
But I do really get mystified by the gold standard thing. And I like, that's the one that I want to figure out, and I can't get a window into it. Like
you're talking about people who I missed that part of I've been in and out of the stream because I'm not.
Oh, okay. So that was one thing I was just throwing out as a possible topic at the beginning, but we don't have to go there either. I've just been thinking about the gold standard. Like my friend, family member who's libertarian is very big on the idea of like eradicating the Fed and going to the gold standard. And while I find points of agreement with him on the Fed in the sense of like, and this is my common experience with libertarians. It's like I'll find these points of agreement on a lot of the problems,
right?
But like I just won't find adequate solutions from their conversations, and so like that's the part that. Like the gold standard one is one of the ones where I'm like, I understand the problem with the Fed. Like there's some major issues with the Fed and with like the overlap of corporations and government, like, which is not good, like where like sometimes government will allow monopolies and even create conditions for monopolies that wouldn't exist without government,
Right.
So that's where I'm like, I'm kind of on board with libertarians. Anyhow, I'm rambling about this, and this is not a topic we have to hit. We can hit any other topic. Because I also have been thinking about just the strange battle between kind of allowing rest. And so that's another one that's been on my mind too. So anything that's of interest there, feel free to chime in on.
Well, I think I can talk about the gold standard a little bit. I don't know that I have a ton to say about it, but I think in essence, the argument is, if money isn't based on anything of value, then it's valueless. And I think where that breaks down immediately is that gold is only valuable because people believe it's valuable.
Yeah.
And that's true of everything. So
yeah,
like
the only counter I've heard to that, right, is like the whole, and this is just me doing devil's advocate thing. Now I'm a libertarian, but it's like I've heard them like make the point that it's like because of its scarcity. So it doesn't matter that it's gold or that somebody's saying it has value, but that it has a limit and scarcity.
Sure.
Allows it to have value. Whereas if you could kind of endlessly create gold, then the purpose of it having value would be depleted. I don't get it. Honestly.
No, I understand that argument, except
I don't get it though.
No, I get it because it's just basic laws of supply and demand. It's the rule of scarcity, right? Is something that is in demand more than the supply has an increasing in value. And so, but I mean, like that is also true of paper currency because you just print less and it becomes more valuable because it's scarce. Like that's what happened. Everybody that talks about the Fed always talks about, in Russia, they've got, like wheelbarrows full of cash to buy like a loaf of bread, but I mean, that wasn't because it stopped being based on gold. It was because they printed too much money.
Yeah. And then the catch is the gold standard doesn't solve the issue for me, and that's the part that's always baffling about it, because like, so we go back to gold, right? And uh, and then we store that gold at banks. So, because I've rarely met like a libertarian who's like, you're just gonna have to invest in like a giant safe, or like pull a truck to like full of gold bars like to buy like a house. Like, I think that they tend to, at least most, the libertarian I know who's in my family who buys this, like, is okay with the idea of like promissory slips that are like filled out by like the bank. So in a sense, currency. Because it's like the bank's going to fill out a slip that's like, hey, you've got, like you brought 5 ounces of gold or whatever. And they confirm that it's gold. And then they go, okay, we're a reliable bank because we have a great reputation with our customers. That's another tangent we could go on. The whole kind of like customer keeping the business reliable part is a little weak too, but anyhow,
the challenge with all of this is it assumes a very clean equation with constant variables.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just not how it works, because it's not a clean equation, because you have humans in it. Humans make any equation extremely messy and unpredictable. I mean, I think if you had enough data, you can predict anything, but I think getting enough data is a problem. I'll tell you.
Depending on the Star Trek episode, it's.
Have you watched Devs?
No.
You got to go watch Devs.
Okay.
It's 1 season. It's a few episodes, and it's got Nick Offerman in it.
Oh, sweet!
But not in a role that you would expect him to be in. He plays a Silicon Valley tech kind of like founder. He's basically Mark Zuckerberg. But he plays it like Nick Offerman. And anyway, they are trying to build an uber supercomputer that can collect enough data to accurately predict everything and anything. Anyway, it's interesting. It's an interesting thing, but I'll tell you something that I find fascinating is this idea of scarcity being the thing that gives stuff value, which I believe in.
Yeah.
But I think we've got some huge problems, because I think we're on the cusp of something really interesting and potentially like earth-shatteringly dangerous. And I know that this sounds like another Corey Kerr end of the world theory, but
I like end of the world theories, and it's late at night, which is the best, or I should say early in the morning. So it's the ultimate best time to get into weird end of the world theories.
Okay, here's my theory. Okay, here's my theory. I don't think any of this matters, because I think cryptocurrency is going to take over.
Yeah, I could kind of see that.
But the problem with cryptocurrency is you are actually, the value of cryptocurrency is by destroying the environment. Because there's a limited amount of breathable air and trees and stuff like that. And to produce blockchain technology, to continue to produce the supply that's in very high demand right now, you're running computers at an alarming rate. There have been multiple studies that have shown a huge negative impact of Bitcoin on the environment, because you've got like people sitting in their basement with like 400 laptops on shelves, just, extension cords everywhere, just running.
Dude, there is so much truth to what you're talking about. Like I heard a guy who ran like one of the biggest Bitcoin farms, and I think he was in like Sweden or something, but it's like he literally bought a plot of land that was right next to a waterfall,
Right.
So they could use the natural water as a cooling agent.
Right.
So they could run these like literally like a giant, like I don't know, like 4-story, 5-story building with like a bunch of office rooms.
Yeah.
That literally every part of it's just modems. Like it's just
So if you think
like
if you think
giant.
about if you
Oh,
think about like if you've ever taken like a laptop and just put it on your lap
yeah.
without like a pillow or anything, and then you use that for a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and all of a sudden you're like cooking your balls, right?
Yeah.
Multiply that by thousands and thousands of computers
Mm-hmm.
that are overclocked and running at beyond max capacity,
Mm-hmm.
and being, I mean, just the electricity that it takes to do that is
Yeah.
is an incredible drain.
So in a weird way, it's like creating a little coal mine because it's like because it's like the energy has to come from somewhere to so you're basically sucking power out of the grid and then creating all this heat and then like the amount of computer chips that are probably just burnt through like memory cards. I'm imagining you probably just go through memory cards all the time.
So it processes mainly on the video card. So
Okay.
it's a video processor. And so if you think about the amount of like precious metals and toxic things that it takes to produce motherboards and video cards, and then you burn those out faster than we have been already. And the way that we've been using them already is problematic because they don't biodegrade. You know, there's a huge waste factor with like planned obsolescence. And so you increase that. I mean, right now they're like, I'm on some forums on Reddit for animators, and the animators are like, they can't buy the equipment that they need because all of the cryptocurrency miners are beating everything up and driving the price up.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years back there was like a crazy. I mean, I think it was around the time you and I both had to replace our computers, but there was like this run on RAM, and so like RAM would have costed, like $10-15 suddenly was like, $300, and it was like, what the hell is going on with RAM? Like, and it was Bitcoin. Yeah.
So here's the crazy part of the theory, right? So imagine this is like a fringe segment of society right now. It's not mainstream. You can't go to Walmart and spend cryptocurrency, right? It's, the dollar in America still rules, the yen still rules, like the pound still rules. It's talked about a lot, but almost no one owns cryptocurrency. Okay, I went down a rabbit hole and I actually signed up as I am a creator, publisher, and influencer for BAT, Basic Attention Token, which is not a cryptocurrency, but it's blockchain technology. It's from the guy, this guy who he invented JavaScript and founded Mozilla and Firefox.
Oh, okay. I know that dude. He's I told you I listened to some far right radio. Mm-hmm. He's been a guest on those when he's on his yacht trying to evade the government. An interesting character.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know much about him, but that's who he is. He started a company called Brave, and Brave is the most locked down browser that you can get. So if you've listened to anything that I've said in the last 5 years about the algorithms and about being tracked and all this type of stuff, like what's happening right now, just to sum things up, is they went from like tracking what you have done online to taking that data, and you get enough data points and they can predict what you will do and when you'll do it and why you'll do it, like what triggers can cause that to happen. And then they get enough of those triggers and then they can actually manipulate what you do. So we're moving away from like data tracking is no longer the problem. Yeah. That's an old problem. Right now, the problem is actually like manipulation of people, because if you're shown certain things at certain times, it will change who you are.
Yeah, it's more of a Brave New World type scenario than like a 1984, like on a social media landscape.
Right.
Which is
It's
funny
like
because
a
it feels like the last the last big threat to our democracy was way more like 1984ish. So it's like we're getting hit on all ends with like on the social sphere we're getting the Brave New World, and
yeah.
then politically we're getting like literal 1984. Which I'm not misusing literal there either. I think
Right.
we both saw pretty weird illusions. It's a very strange time, but yeah,
Well, and then
I could see that.
so this browser, okay.
Mhm.
Andrew Yang would love it, would be my guess, right? Basically, what it is
Do you mean the future mayor of New York?
if he can get past some of the problems that he's having right now,
I think he's gonna get there.
he might. But some of the people that he's got working for him are a little concerning.
Yeah.
I like that he's a candidate that thinks about these things. I don't necessarily agree with the way he thinks about them, but anyway. So here's the thing: is right now the internet is funded um, by advertising that is used as a predictive model. So they're selling behavioral futures, right? It's the same thing that happened to GameStop. So the whole GameStop thing was like people bet that GameStop stock would go down.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't actually buy the stock; they bought the option that it was going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, it's this weird. It's a gamble on prediction, right? And so, what Google and Facebook and other people that are like mining huge amounts of our data without our consent or knowledge, what they are doing is they're not selling that data. They're selling behavioral futures. They're selling the predictive nature of what they can turn us into given certain triggers and certain things. And so that's happening, right? I don't think it's sustainable. I'm at the point now where I'm actually not concerned about that ruining the human race, and I have two reasons for that. One is the state of California, and the other one is the EU. I don't think that it will be allowed to continue in Europe or in California.
Mm-hmm.
And typically where California goes, the rest of the U.S. tends to go.
Mm.
So either New York or California tends to lead out on a lot of these things, and
Yeah,
then it trickles, right? Because they're densely populated centers.
yeah.
But unlike Texas, which is a densely populated center, they tend to spread their ideology and messaging and reasoning for things rather than insulate it, and say "F you, don't come here." Anyway, so long story short, I actually think that what the EU is doing right now and what California is thinking about doing right now is going to cause an absolute implosion of the current model of the internet, because it's not sustainable. It is not sustainable to continue to manipulate people the way that it's happening. Like, there's too many privacy laws. There's too much concern over meddling and everything and all that type of stuff.
I don't know if this was like, this is on that topic, but I don't know if this was just sort of trying to appease the masses or something, but there has been like a concerted effort on the part of Facebook to start actually lobbying for regulation, which is really weird, but it's interesting to hear like one of the biggest creators of the issues. And I do tend to think like, it's not that I think everybody in a business has a good heart, but I do tend to think that I don't think they want a lot of the issues that are being created. They're just sort of a natural byproduct of the market. And it's this sort of weird thing where I think that whether it's for show or not, it's interesting that they're at least signaling that they have an interest to actually have some regulations and some roadmaps, because they're like acknowledging it's out of control. It's interesting. So I could, once again, I could see the direction you're talking about totally, because you're right. That's kind of California doing that, you know?
Yeah. And so I think, long story short, the current model of the internet, where everything is funded based off of, like, and I'm not just talking like, so let's, well, okay. So part of the problem is that they're watching everything that we do online. But that's only part of the problem. The other part of the problem is that we have become addicted to devices that we carry in our pocket that send biometric data to these companies as well. So I have a little bit of trouble believing anybody from Facebook, Amazon, or Google when they say those things, because they have a history of saying things that make it sound like they're on the side of the people, while at the very same time laying the foundation for the things that are doing the opposite of what they're saying out loud.
Yeah, so that's the thing, is like I don't buy it, and that's why I was kind of allowing that this could just be sort of hackery sort of thing. But it's interesting that they're feeling the pressure either internally or externally, and knowing a few people who actually work at Facebook, I'm guessing it's also internal. Because the
Yeah.
nice thing about Facebook, the one thing I will say positively, I know quite a few people who work there and are awesome
Yeah.
and genuinely concerned about people's rights and their privacy rights and stuff like that. That doesn't mean it bears out at the company. But what's interesting is I do think there's pressure to like try to get a control on it, or get a sense of like what the line is. Because once again, you know, this ties into like some of the problems with Texas, where it's like, you know, sometimes the profit motive just doesn't pan out for like utilities, like, you know, um,
Right.
and in this, in the sense of like Facebook just kind of pursuing just blind corporate interests, like it's very advantageous for them to gamify people and get people to buy products that people don't want to buy, and get biometric data from people so you can start gamifying people's behavior. I mean, that's a very profitable thing to be able to do. So if
Yeah.
you're just doing profit motive, like, why wouldn't you? You know, if I'm working there and I have to come up with an analysis of like, um, I don't know, like let's say I have to design an interface, just the look of it, right? And there's one look that's going to make people click obsessively and maybe cause them to grow some addictive behaviors, and that won't be good for their health, but they're definitely going to up our profits. As a designer working for that company, if I'm working just based on the motive of making money alone, like I'm going to pitch that will the one that gets more more clicks. So it's um, yeah, it's interesting, but I agree with you in the sense of I don't think it's sustainable, because it literally could cause the collapse of the very customers that you need to make products, you know. Give me 2 seconds. It's been over an hour, and I usually have to take a wee break, and I definitely have to take a break for a second. So I'll be back.
I'm gonna go check on my screen and see if it's dry. So
Check your screen, sir. Awesome. All right. And let's see. Got this. All right, so we're back. I think Corey's checking on his screen. having an interesting conversation about the automation apocalypse. And I think it'll be a pretty fun one. Okay, so I'm on this third panel, and it should say, let's see, it should say it was like, okay, here. Okay, so I'm going to do a split panel because this is actually referencing a phone conversation. So I want to do the standard kind of comic split, right? It's like the lightning bolt that you use for conversations. I'm also going to make sure I'm saving where I'm at. And then we should be good. Okay. I think that'll work. So now it's going to be basically like a split representing phone conversation. How's it looking? Is it dry? I think your audio might be off. I don't know.
The big one's good.
Nice.
And then the top little one actually came out pretty well. The bottom one's totally destroyed.
Blown out, yeah.
So
that sounds cool.
Put, like, there's a couple like holes. Can I put like tape down or something?
So there's a fluid they sell at like screen printing shops that's like a little. It dries kind of red, and you just kind of like paint it on, and you can do it with emulsion too.
Well, that is not an option for tonight.
So temporarily you could probably use tape, yeah.
I like how you assume that I live in an area that has a screen print shop.
Well, I don't know. Like I don't live in an area now that has one, but when I was doing screen printing, I lived in Long Beach, and there was like literally a speedball supply area. A lot of little screen printing vendors.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can also just try a poll, and then if it has those dots, then you can mask them off. But it's probably going to be easier to sort of pre-assume if you're seeing light through it, like, you know.
Right. I mean, like, there's like one right here. I mean, there's a whole thing that got kind of exposed from the edge of the glass, but I'm just gonna tape that off.
Yeah, tape could work.
But
all right, so automated currents. Wait, no. Go ahead and figure out what you're doing with your screen first.
Okay, so I'm gonna go over here. So I'll just finish real quick. So the basic attention token is really interesting because what it does is, as you surf the internet, it pays attention to what you're doing, but that data stays locally in your device and is never shared. It never leaves your device. And so then advertisements come to your phone or your computer or whatever, and they're filtered at the device level of whether they're appropriate for you or not. So it's still advertising that is targeted, still segmented audiences, but it segments it on the device rather than on the other side. And so that's one part about it that's really interesting. The other part that's really interesting is that as you do that, you gain BAT. So you gain basic attention tokens. And they're starting to have like monetary value where you could purchase gift cards or whatever with them. But then you can also use that to say, like, hey, the BAT that I gained by surfing the internet this month, give that to the creators that made the things that I was looking at in the proportion of time that I looked at them. And so in essence, it's attention. right? It's a way to track your attention, and then a way to tip, donate, or pay to those creators that are garnering your attention. And so instead of like YouTube placing advertisements on my videos, people can now go to my channel on a Brave browser, and I will gain BAT based on the amount of time that they spend on my channel or Twitter or my website or my Vimeo. I've got those 4 set up. And then in turn, I can also, tip and donate to other people as well. So it becomes its own economy.
Interesting.
The challenge is
your Vimeo at all? Just out of curiosity.
Say that again.
Do you like upload videos to Vimeo still?
That's where all of my animations are.
Oh, smart. Okay. Yeah, that I was gonna say, like, other than for features or short films, like I'm not sure if Vimeo. But what's interesting, actually, I do wonder, can you live stream to Vimeo? I don't know if they'd have
with a paid account you can.
Oh, okay.
But they don't advertise on your stuff. It's a completely different model than YouTube. And it's much more creator focused. But I think people have become addicted to the idea of not paying for things on the internet.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And because everything has been quote unquote free for so long, that we've started to get used to the idea of not having to pay for things. But the fact of the matter is that we're getting value that we're paying for. We're just not paying for it in cash.
Yeah.
We're paying for it by allowing ourselves to be manipulated by the tech companies and the mining of our data without our knowledge or consent of what they're taking. And the fact that they are creating a situation that is slowly eroding democracy and freedom worldwide. They can be as liberal or as conservative as they want.
Yeah.
Individually, but as companies, they are destroying freedom, because anytime you want to control large groups of people, that's an antithetical statement to freedom. And so the idea of, just think about being able to say, like, if I want, I can right now pay Google or pay whoever, whatever popular driving apps that there are.
Yeah.
I can pay them, and if there's 3 routes, and one of those routes takes somebody by my store, I can pay them to take more people by my store.
Yeah, that was a big concern with Waze, was because I use that all the time, because it's like a great app for and, like, by the way, none of this is endorsements on my end, because like I have no stake in any of these games, but that was a huge concern, was like they started featuring, like, so a company could pay to have their location placed on the map, like, which is cool, and that's actually a good way for them to earn money. The concern was, what's to stop Waze from being like, hey, if you pay like this much more, then we can just kind of route past your competitors, and like, so when somebody's on the road and they're hungry and they're looking for food, like, they always direct to you rather than like the restaurant right next to you. And that's problematic. And in real time, there have been real issues with that, especially in California. Like, you see this stuff like firsthand, where it's like there's spots in Los Angeles that were like quiet neighborhoods, and then Waze, because the cool thing about Waze, and the thing that's advantageous about it, is it instantly maps like the quickest route considering traffic. And it's way better in real time than Google Maps or anything like that, because it's user based. So it's like, if a bunch of users are saying like, crap, there's a lot of traffic here, in real time, it modifies and will change the route. And it filters out users who are accurate too. So like, or users who are inaccurate. So it's like a pretty cool system. But Like,
Yeah.
once again, because of Waze, there have been neighborhoods that have been plagued with traffic that never got traffic before because they're quick routes
Right.
to like Hollywood from, Burbank or whatever. And it's like the routes that nobody took except locals, and now everyone's taking them.
Yep.
So it's, it's a real concern where it's like it's literally affected the safety of these neighborhoods because now they're like a thoroughfare.
Right.
And, they were meant to be like a small community. And now, so imagine that, except that's just a restaurant being bypassed, right? Or a restaurant being included, or a bookstore or whatever. And that's an immense amount of power to like control commerce and control the map. And once again, it may not even be malicious in intent. That's what I mean about Facebook. I don't view Facebook as a place that has a bunch of dark CEOs that are like, yes, and then we will take over the world. I actually think it's more unintentionally nefarious than that. Like, I actually think it's more just like chasing profit. Wouldn't it be cool if we could gamify this? Wouldn't it be cool? Sometimes I think it's not even chasing profit. It might even be chasing a better experience for the user. So like,
yes,
they're like, I think like Google and Facebook, I think at their heart initially, maybe not so much anymore, but might have been like, and keep in mind they're corporations, so they don't have a heart. But my point being, like, I do think a lot of it is driven by like, wouldn't it be cool if we could map what people are searching for so we can make it easier for them? Wouldn't it be cool if we could pair customers with the products they really want? Like, and I think some of that motivated some of the advertising algorithms where it's like, hey, everybody gets their own little catered shopping experience. So it's like somebody who likes books, now they're just getting ads for books. Like somebody who's sick, hey, guess what? We have the cure right here. We're bringing the customer and the company together, and it's this merry thing. And on its face, like all of these things could be mapped with good intentions and yet have terrible results, right? Like,
right.
The good intention of like, wouldn't it be cool for a restaurant to be able to be on our map? Like, that's cool. But then like the negative downside of like the competing restaurant not being on the map may not even be something they're equating in there, right? And it's like, oh, well, this is a way we can provide a really great service for people who are driving. Yeah, so it's a frightening thing, and it's kind of weird. And it is interesting because it's like we are pretty willing as a society to sign away a lot of our rights, like in the sense of like privacy rights, in favor of better services.
We're actually not very willing to do that if we're aware of it.
Yeah, but it's hard to say because there are so many apps where it's like, are you okay with this app accessing your camera? And
right. No, I understand that. But what they've done studies, and when people are made aware of what is actually being taken, they're like 70-80% not okay with it.
Yeah, of course.
And so the problem is
especially if we realized which Corey, that book you recommended a while ago, gets into this, but if we realized more clearly that it's being stored, that would be a little more disturbing, I think, to more people, rather than like, oh, they're not just accessing this information for an algorithm, but they're literally creating data like bases of this information that they can then sell, and package to other companies. I think that's the part that you're right. If more people knew, they'd be pretty horrified.
Well, like, you think of young people as fairly tech savvy, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
When I have this conversation with college students, it is an eye-opening conversation. They are like blown away because I don't think, I think you just question it. But anyway, so all of that is to say, I think we're going to move into a new problem. And the new problem is, I think government currency isn't going to matter very much in the future. And then it'll matter kind of as a measurement standard, but I think there's going to be a lot more currency. It'll go back to kind of older times where you could have a promissory note, or give somebody a chicken, or I mean, it's going to be like that, but with like Ethereum and Bitcoin and Litecoin and basic attention token and whatever. But the problem is, I think that is going to rapidly increase the destruction of our natural resources. And that I was actually looking. I've been looking into a couple different things in the last couple of days for whatever reason. The problem with the current pandemic is not the current pandemic. The problem with the pandemic is that it's a zoological based virus that transferred to people. And that's because there are very few wild spaces left on the earth. Like there just really are not that many places where humans haven't encroached. I mean, you look like people forget this, but the beginning of 2020, before all the rest of the crap hit, most people were concerned about like farmers just burning Amazonian trees so that they could like have more farmland.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right? I mean,
some of that was it's weird, but from what I recall, like there was a viral thing that happened around that time, like where there was this video being shared of like the Amazon being burned, and they were talking about it being this terrible thing. And I can't remember, but I remember there was some kind of a misinformation element to that, where some of it was actually controlled fires.
Yeah.
And so it was like kind of like they were mixing two events where they were like, this is happening now. And it was something that had happened like 10 years ago. I can't remember clearly on it, but I do remember like there was a little ambiguity in like what exactly was causing that. But you're right. That was definitely a terror and a worry of people's.
And so
reality in the sense of like we have, limited forests and like and
then Australia's wild was on fire.
Yeah, I remember the entire continent. It was insane. It's been
so,
a very like.
So what I'm getting at is there are fewer wild spaces, and there are a lot of zoological viruses that we're aware of, but they don't do anything because up until recently we haven't like backed all the animals into a corner. But I mean, right now there are people that are living where they've never lived before, and we are encroaching on the wild spaces so much that I think COVID-19 is a test run for something way worse.
Yeah,
and I don't know what it's going to be, but they're going to be zoological transfer to humankind for a number of reasons, and I kind of think a shift towards cryptocurrency, which I think will be a good shift generally.
Yeah.
But if they don't change the way blockchain is created, then it's going to be a huge problem. Because right now it's created to destroy the environment. The scarcity that gives cryptocurrency its value is the wild spaces.
I have a huge question about cryptocurrency, and this to me is like kind of ties back to our earlier thing about the gold standard.
Okay, I'm still listening, but I'm going to be over here.
Oh yeah. So what's to prevent cryptocurrency from just becoming gold, like what it is now to our currency? Like what stops the Fed from just coming in and like coming up with like an exchange program and getting all of the cryptocurrency and then having a dominating share of the market, and cryptocurrency just becomes the next currency?
Nothing. I mean, in fact, one of the things that caused one of the major first value rises in Bitcoin was the US government buying a bunch of Bitcoin.
Yeah. And then there's a competition right now, right, between China and the US, like trying to outbuy each other.
Yeah.
Cost.
Well, and then, I mean, Facebook is trying to make its own currency. Apple is trying to make its own currency.
I think I saw that on Facebook that like Cheetos were making their own cryptocurrency. like it was just one of those packaging things, like for on a bag of Cheetos, where it was like, hey, like join our Cheeto cryptocurrency thing. So like now, like products are going to start creating their own little cryptocurrency, like buyback things.
Yeah.
Like the points, like on a cereal box or whatever, but as cryptocurrency. No, I mean, I could see a move towards that. I just, I guess I just find it strange, the idea that people are so blown away by the idea that like money doesn't have value except the value we place on it. Like that to me doesn't seem like the most profound realization. It's like that's kind of been currency in exchanges since the beginning of time. And then there have also been like wealthy people who've figured out how to gamify it, for since the beginning of time.
Right. Here's another really interesting conundrum, a problem, if you will. There's regulation on financial professionals. So like that's where the GameStop guy got in trouble, is because he was actually like a financial professional. So it was illegal for him to like say the things on Reddit that he was saying.
Did he get in trouble?
I mean, I know by in trouble, I mean being investigated, taken to court.
Okay, see, I haven't been following that as much. I know that like there's been an interesting thing that I found out about. Well, that's going to be a tangent. Keep on your point. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
off point.
So my point is, like, if I'm a financial advisor,
yeah,
I can't intentionally do things to the market that would benefit myself. So I can't like purchase a stock.
Yeah.
And then tell people to purchase the stock.
Yeah.
And then because the demand drives the price up, then they sell it, right? There's rules against that.
Yeah, it's like it's actually very similar to like gambling rules, like which is funny because it is gambling, and people who pretend the markets aren't gambling are lunatics. But yeah, I mean, it's very equivalent to like, you can bet on a horse, but if you get caught like crippling one of the horses, like to rig your odds, like you're pretty screwed on a legal standpoint, and rich people do it all the time. They'll cripple other people's horses, but unfortunately, like people who aren't like super well off aren't as good at masking their rigging of the markets. But what I found really interesting in that scenario, wait, did you finish your point on that?
So just one quick thought. There's zero regulation on an influencer doing that.
Yeah.
So somebody who has,
as long as they're making it clear, like we're not financial experts.
Yeah, but if I say I'm not giving financial advice, like if I say I'm not giving financial advice, I'm just playing Halo here.
Yeah.
But I've done my research and I really think everybody should buy X stock. That is not illegal.
Yeah.
And if I have millions of followers and people do basically whatever I say, I can move the market and make huge money. And that's not the only that's not an isolated problem, because you and I have both talked about like Congress doing that.
Yeah.
They're like, I know that this law that we're going to pass is going to negatively impact this particular thing, and so I'm going to short that.
Yeah, and I really do, I know I'm not sure if Corey's a fan, but I actually tend to think that AOC is unfairly maligned by the right as being this kind of extremist, crazy candidate. And I think regardless of what your pre-existing notions about AOC are, like I highly recommend on YouTube looking up AOC just kind of breaking down in Congress, like how the system can be rigged and how people can profit absurdly, like while in uh, while in a seat of Congress and do it legally in like the most nefarious and shady ways. I'm not saying she's not participating in the system. I'm just saying it's like a really good conversation that I was pleased to see happen, and I'd like to see more of that happening in Congress. And it's definitely enlightening, I think, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. I also oh yeah, so you still haven't finished. Sorry, you haven't finished your point. I keep wanting to go off, and I'm trying to be better at catching myself at that so that I don't derail. Okay, so you're saying
that's basically the point. That's basically the point, is like, we're talking about just the fact that all of this is imaginary, and all of this is very existential, in that if you think that the world has no value other than what you give it, then this is a very existential view on currency and stocks and the economy. Like, the economy does well when enough people believe that it's doing well. The economy does poorly when enough people believe that it's doing poorly.
Yep.
It's kind of like a fairy. Like, if enough people clap, you can keep the fairy alive. But if nobody believes in the fairy, then the fairy dies. That's basically the economy.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the big things missed with the whole gold standard conversation, because gold is just another of the fairies. Like, it's not like a solution, it's just another problem, and it will be met with the same inherent issues. Like, for instance, just because gold is a limited quantity doesn't prevent the bank that's writing these promissory notes. Like, this is the big conundrum that I have a problem with libertarians, and have never found a good solution to it. They always think like, it's funny, there's certain issues that libertarians have no good answers for, that I've found, that they always get mad when you bring it up, because they're like, oh, you're going to bring up the roads. And it's like, yeah, of course I'm going to bring up the roads. The reason everyone brings up the roads when they're having conversations with you is you guys have no good answer for how to deal with interstate issues. Like, you don't. Like, there's no answer for the federal issues. Like, the big federal issues, like, for instance, in Texas right now, like, that's a huge federal issue. They didn't connect to the federal grid, which is a good backup. I know the grids are all decentralized, but they're all connected in every other state except Texas. So Texas made the choice to opt out of the federal grid, right? And so the problem with that is, when the state grid fails, they have no backup. And also they opted they opted out of all the regulations on the private corporations, which have no profit motive to have a backup for their electricity, because actually they make a mass profit. There's a bunch of news articles recently. A lot of the energy companies are making a killing right now in Texas,
right?
And a metaphorical and a literal killing. And that happens when you deregulate markets. So, but anyhow, point being, on the gold standard thing, it's like, that is the roads problem that I've never heard a libertarian answer well, which is like, you have a major problem with counterfeiting and dishonesty. And like, to me, like, this is the same issue I have with like hardcore socialists too. Like, they rarely have good answers for these sort of things, either because they assume too well of the human condition. Like, they just kind of assume like, hey, if we leave every kid on the playground, like, no kid's a jerk. Like, like, so it's like kind of this idea that you can leave kids unsupervised on a playground, and that's just not the reality we live in. Like, where it's like, if you luck out, maybe once or twice on a playground that'll work, but like, after a while, like, it starts getting into conch shells and like, some kind of crazy Lord of the Flies type things, and so anyhow, like, the issue with the gold is like, you have counterfeiting as a major issue, which was an issue during the gold rush. Entire cities, including the one I live in, were established based on fool's gold, like Quartz Hill, right? Like, they had a lot of pyrite in there. It created this whole fake gold rush to get out here. People built hotels, they built a bunch of shanty towns, and then like, the whole kind of thing collapsed because it was fake gold. But some really smart people sold that fake gold and made a killing for a little bit before they got caught. The thing is, human nature is to game systems, and there's people who are not good players. Like, not everybody's a rational or a kind player in a system. So you have to assume, if you have these banks signing promissory notes, there's going to be a bank that suddenly cleverly figures out, hey, we're a trusted bank. We're the only bank in town. We're writing these notes. We're storing this gold. I'm just going to write an extra zero here and say that's how much gold we have. Because like, are they really going to come and confirm it every time? We have a good reputation, right? I'm going to write another zero. And then a competitor is going to see a bank do that and be like, well, they're doing it, so we're going to do it. And then they're going to start exaggerating the amount of wealth they have at the bank. What's going to happen from that? Bank runs, right? Because you're going to have, and this is like the counter that libertarians usually say will prevent this being a problem, but it won't, because when you have a massive bank run, then you have a major economic collapse locally. So you have bank runs because customers start realizing their gold isn't in the bank. The bank's been writing fake promissory notes. So you have a bank collapse. And when you're talking about like a libertarian system where it's the only bank in town, or maybe one of two competitors, it's like you literally have a massive economic fallout. Then you have the cost of that going, like if you just equate that globally, you suddenly have the need for some kind of regulation to be placed on the banks, which is, guess what? The Fed. Like, so this is my problem with like a lot of libertarian ideas where it's like, it'll kind of pinpoint a problem and kind of make this false assumption that like, because it's a problem, we should go back to create a different problem that just creates the same problem we're complaining about. Like that to me is like the big issue with the gold thing, where it's like the gold standard can't work because you can't lug around physical gold to make purchases. You might be able to do the Utah gold dollar thing, which my relative who's obsessed with libertarianism is all into. Like, I think they're called gold backs, but it's like, in reality, like the gold backs thing works really nicely and they're really pretty, you know, and I think that's cool. And gold does have value, but the point being, like, you're not going to be able to bring enough gold backs into a transaction to buy a house or to buy like a skyscraper, right? You know what I mean? So when it comes to like massive financial transactions, suddenly you're going to need banks and promissory notes, and those promissory notes are going to have the same issues that our modern currency has. And the thing is, once the government gets involved in regulating it, some dark-minded people in the government, there you go. Some dark-minded people in the government are going to get the idea and the notion that like, oh, you know what's cool? We're in a recession right now. Like maybe we can like print a few more promissory notes, like, or maybe we can pressure these banks to print a few more promissory notes. Like that's the thing that bugs me. And I know it's weird, but it just bugs me about pure libertarianism is it just kind of ignores the fact that like it's not a solution. It's just creating the same problem all over again. And there's a lot of death and terror that happens in a destabilization of a government. So to me, I'm like, if you're making the argument to destabilize a government, you better have a better system that you're going to set up, because that's a huge cost, like of lives and livelihoods. And I'd make the same argument to a socialist, like a pure socialist. It's like, if you're going to have a revolution, like, no, like revolutions are bloody and they're terrifying, and you better have a better system when you get out of it. If you don't have a better map, like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go on some idealistic crusade to try to better a system to replace it with the same system just like 20 years ago, where the electric grid constantly goes out and people die, and like the food supply is all screwed up, and there's no grading system for meat. So now we're having dysentery all of a sudden, and it's like Oregon Trail all over again. I don't really want to go through that. Like, I'm glad we had ancestors that did, you know, like, and I don't know, like, I'm rambling. I think there's some value to a lot of libertarian ideals. I just think like when you don't go full you don't go full libertarian, you know, like that's all.
And I feel like
socialist either. Please do not go full socialist. It's not a system.
You're looking for an answer that is there that most people are not willing to say.
Yeah.
So either you know, anybody who's any extreme of anything.
Yeah.
I'll include socialists, free market capitalists, you know, everybody on any end of any spectrum, right? When you get out that far, one of two things is happening. One is either they haven't thought it all the way through, or they have thought it all the way through, and they're not willing to say out loud that they know that it will kill people.
Yeah.
And that they're okay with that. And that's the problem with any extreme political opinion or system or anything along those lines that doesn't involve nuance, and it doesn't involve a principle based thing that is, based in the value of human life.
Yeah.
The challenge becomes that you run too far to any extreme, and you are literally endorsing the value of certain people's lives over other people's lives. And I know that on the left and on the right, people would argue that the other guy is doing that, but I'm not. But the fact of the matter is, in pure socialism, like eat the rich is, like people are like, let's just, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a bunch of problems with that. And then pure capitalism. I gotta
be clear. Like, I don't agree with either ideal.
Right.
I think
I'm not arguing against you. I'm arguing with you.
More with the idea of eating the rich because I grew up poor. So it's like, I empathize more with socialists than I do with like brazen hardcore capitalists. However, they're wrong. Right. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm mainly just saying that the idea of any single system universally applied, either they haven't thought it through, or they are okay with the casualties. And then, so you press them and you say, if you do this total free market economy, right, then people who are not good at stuff, have disabilities, don't fit into the normative function that society rewards, they will literally starve to death and die.
Yeah.
And if they're being perfectly honest, then they will say, I know, I still think we should do it.
Yeah. And I think that like there's a couple things even with that where it's like, okay, so if that's the cost, like I agree. And I've had that conversation where it's like, I think some people take the tack of like, well, liberty is worth the cost. Like, right. Like liberty and non-coercion, which is this big loaded term that I always find really fascinating too, because, well, we can get into that. But like that's the favorite term. And I've heard both socialists and I honestly think they're very similar. Like they have similar flaws, logical flaws. Like they have similar idealism about human nature. And they just kind of pick which side of the coin they want to die. But it's like, it's a pretty similar philosophy. It's very strange. Both rely really heavily on humanism. But anyhow, so the point being, okay, so inherently, like if somebody is going to get injured, right, and you're like, well, this is the cost we pay for a better society, and they'll make the argument like it can't be worse than it is now, right? Where people are just being horribly coerced to do terrible things, and we're in this horrible system where there's no viable recourse, and money's so corrupted and all of that. The issue is, once again, if you're going to go through a lot of bloodshed, you better have a better solution. That's my like, to me, the answer that I hear often, especially from the libertarian I know, is like the idea of like, well, it can't be worse than it is, so why not try, kind of thing. And I always find that really hard to perceive, because I think like Texas is a really good example of like it can be worse. It can be a lot worse. Like, you can have people freezing to death because they don't have central planned like electricity. Like it can be a million times worse than it is. And so to me, I think, like, once again, you got to measure those costs. And like, if you don't have a better solution, then it kind of strikes me as like what a lot of revolutionary people in history have kind of advocated for, like the French Revolution was very idealistic in theory, but it just like, it just led to a lot of bloodshed and then just a new class of rich people ruling over old people. And it actually paved the way for like one of the worst dictatorial figures who attempted to take over the world, who probably couldn't have taken power without the destabilization of the entire governmental structure. Now, was France like corrupt and crappy? Yeah. Like, did the governments do things that potentially might have caused a revolution? Yeah, for sure. But like, if you're going to do that, like, you better have a roadmap, and you better not be taking a gamble on just like, well, maybe it'll be better. Like, to me, that's not worth lives. And I that also just comes from management, man, where it's like, like when you work with people or you work with like groups of people, and I know Corey's seen this too, where it's like, there's problems with schools, right? There's problems with the best of schools that are easy to kind of pinpoint and complain about. But there's not a ton of solutions to a lot of those problems. And it's like, so if you're going to come at it and bring up problems, you better come with some solutions, or at least think about them more realistically,
Yeah.
So like, that's my big issue is like, I find like the idea of like, well, we have counterfeiting problems now, so how would counterfeiting then be a problem? Well, here's the thing. I'm not the one advocating for demolishing our entire monetary system so we can try a new thing that's going to have the same problems. Like that's the part. I feel like the onus is on the person making the bold claim for a new system, the burden of proof kind of rests on that. So that's my kind of 2 cents about that, and then the coercion thing is a problem too, where it's like, the idea of like coercion being immoral and terrible is something I think most people can get on board with, right? Like, nobody likes forcing people to do anything, right?
Yeah.
That's not the most, I mean, like, once again, if you're in business, like a coerced client is not likely to be a return customer. You want people who are like actually legitimately want what they're buying, right? Because then you have a happy client, and then a happy client comes back and buys more, right? So coercion sucks, but here's the thing, like, how do you have law without coercion? I still haven't heard anybody explain that. Like, law without enforcement is just, it's an insane idea. like property rights are a huge thing for libertarians. And then property is a huge issue for socialists too. It's just a different side of like what they want to have happen to that property. But the problem is, like, the only way to avoid like a strongest survive thing, and Corey, if I'm tangenting and not making any sense, let me know. But the only way you avoid like a no holes barred, like strongest survive, like kind of chaos scenario is that you either have like a very small group of people, like maybe 4 people. I think 10 is pretty hard to make work without coercion, because, like once you start kind of having a party, like just try to throw like a house party or a get together and invite more than 9 people, and just tell me if everybody's as perfectly behaved as they can be. Like, there's always one jerk in the party. There's always one guy who doesn't want to put his cup down. Like, I don't know, let's say you're having people over for tea. There's one person out of 10 that's going to be the person to not put the coaster down and wreck your table, So anyhow, my point just being like, you can't have property rights without enforcement, like, literally, like, if you can't enforce property rights, then you literally are opening the doors to like whoever the biggest guy is in the room to just take over, your whatever they want. Like there's literally nothing other than I have a gun, right? And then I'm going to protect my property. But then if it's that, then it's just a biggest gun scenario where it's like, okay, so I'm going to protect my property. I have the biggest gun, so therefore I can protect my property. It's also too dependent on the idea of like people's goodwill with their own property. Like, right? Like assuming everyone's going to hold to only the rights of their own property, that you're not going to have like the biggest guy in town with the biggest amount of power go and just take other people's property and claim that it was theirs. So like the only way to enforce property is with law. And I've heard like libertarians argue, well, then you hire your own private security and then there's mediation and stuff. But like, regardless, if there's a mediated court thing with like whatever version of court in libertarian world, you know, people want, where it's like, I don't know, a volunteer court where the most popular lawyer in town or whatever, like gets elected, I don't know, somehow. But anyhow, that's a whole problem too, like the legal system. But let's just pretend it's not a problem. And you have a legal system in a libertarian society. And you go to that legal system. What is a lawsuit without enforcement? It's just, I don't know if this is making any sense, but it's like you literally can't defend property rights in a courtroom unless you have teeth to the law, right? So meaning like if Corey and I have a dispute, right? And I owe Corey $5, right? And I'm not a good actor, right? Then if we go to court and like, no matter how perfect that court system is, and they say, you owe Corey $5, if I don't have any repercussions, like any sort of coercion for not giving him $5, I'm not going to give him $5 if I'm a bad actor, right? No matter what the courts say. And you see that all the time with civil suits, right? Where it's like, if the suit is small enough and it's not enforced, people aren't going to pay it. So the legal win doesn't mean anything, like, you know, without enforcement. So that's my point, is like property rights become null and it's just a strongest survive scenario. So that's my other issue with libertarianism. Even if you have the bloodshed and the weakest all dying out, you still don't have a better system. That's my point. Because you can't even, like, you know, once again, most libertarians really value property rights. And yet I've rarely heard like a good method of enforcing those property rights in a way that doesn't just become like a shanty town where like the wealthiest and the strongest like basically are ruling over, you know, the poor and those who don't have the money to have enforcement. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's another one of my like little issues with hardcore libertarians. So, and yeah, not all libertarians, because like I said, I think I would call myself like a capitalist that likes a heavily socialistic capitalist system. Like I think there's areas that need to be socialized. But I don't think all things should be socialized. And I definitely don't think like all workers should own their businesses. Like, you know, and I think that would be really unfair to like the dudes who started their businesses out of their, like, let's say Corey, like, I doubt this is going to happen because Corey really likes where he works. But if Corey were to screen print and his screen prints just start selling like hotcakes, and he builds this whole business doing screen printing, and then he's so successful at it that he's able to hire a team, right, to like do screen printing and stuff like that. And then like a year later, Corey is told like, sorry, your business belongs to the labor of these people you've hired. And so you now have to hand over all of your screen printing stuff to them because they've made profit for you. Like, that's just absurd. Like, I don't like that idea. It just seems like not very fair.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't penalize Corey or anybody in business, like, for having success. Like, that just, I mean, I know that's like an overplayed card by conservatives, but I still agree with it. Like, I do think if somebody does hard work and builds a business, like, you know, you shouldn't penalize them for being successful at it,
Right.
But I also think like, you like this notion of like a coercion-free society is crazy. Like it just doesn't match the reality we live in.
Is that actually something that people honestly believe is possible?
Oh, dude, I've talked to. It's weird. Maybe I just know too many like hardcore libertarians, but I happen to know a few anarcho libertarians, and it's having conversations with them. And I'm not. This may not be all even anarcho, but with these particular people, strikes me as like trying to talk to myself when I was 14 and into punk rock, and was like anarchy, and it's like I didn't really know, like I didn't really think through like what that would look like.
Right.
I was just more upset that there were things in the world that were wrong and I didn't really have solutions. So the idea of like this anarchy thing sounded kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I didn't really know, like, and that's kind of what the conversations feel like, where it's like, I don't, like they view tax as coercion and violence, like taxes are violence. I don't know. It's a very weird.
No, I mean, I understand that philosophy.
I mean, I get where it's coming from, but once again, I don't know if they have a solution. Like, there's not a point in history where governments haven't taxed. Like, there's small communities, like in these weird little areas that like have managed to kind of do collectives, but it's few and far between. It's not like on a mass scale where you have like a state the size of Texas doing it.
Yeah. Hey, real quick.
Oh yeah.
Screen printing, because I'm about to do it, and I'll probably have to bounce so I can focus on it. But you pull and then you flood. These are things that I'm hearing people mention. I'm not exactly sure I understand what's going on.
Okay, so look up a video on YouTube. I'm not kidding.
I have watched multiple videos. My question is,
okay,
when I have it flat down on the fabric and I pull the squeegee across, do I then lift it and then push the ink back up to the top? Or do I pull it back and push it back and then lift it? When do I lift it?
Okay, so you're going to pull, right? And you usually would want to lift it and then flood.
Okay.
Like, and flooding is just pushing it. You have your like line of ink that you're then pulling across the screen, and you're kind of pulling it like flat, so you're pushing it, so it's almost like an angle like that. You'll feel it push through the screen, and then you lift, flood back, which is just pushing the ink the other way, and then you can pull again. But the only thing is sometimes you can get away with flood and then pull, especially on a double white. But I would experiment with it, because a lot of the times when you do that flood back, it can also create like a blur look.
Okay.
Or you can blow out like too much ink through.
Okay, cool.
So I would do a test where you do one pull first.
Yeah.
You might also want to have just like a little, like, so you're not burning through cardboard. Like I would, not cardboard, through fabric. I'd have just like a little test sheet that's like just construction paper or something. Whatever it is, like cardboard, whatever, just put it there just to see that the screen is, because the screen, like flooding the screen is just making sure it's damp enough to where the ink will push through, right?
Right.
It's like a dry screen just won't, you're not going to get ink going through it as well. So doing like a test pull on something other than the fabric would be smart, Okay. So does that answer your conundrum?
I think so.
Okay. We're at 2 hours now, so I'm going to take a little break.
Okay,
I'm making progress here.
I'm going to bounce, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, Corey, let me know how it goes, man.
Okay. Well, you can watch the video
Yeah,
sometime before the 22nd.
I'm very excited about that. Yeah, definitely let us, keep an eye on Corey Kerr's channel if you guys want to see the product and results of this beautiful screen print that he's making. Yeah. Cool.
Okay. Sounds good.
See you, Corey. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
Yep. Talk to you later.
So I'm going to take a brief break, and then let me pull up my little brand thing, and then we will continue this conversation. I do wish Corey luck on his awesome screen printing job. I think that'll be pretty cool. So right now we have the first 3 panels. I don't think I wanted her to be angry here, though. So that kind of doesn't seem like the right expression. Let me do... And then once I get this worked out, I'll take my little break, which we tend to do. There we go. That actually works a little better. It's more like concern. So yeah, once I do this, I'm going to take my little break, and then I will come back and probably talk a little more about some of the issues with libertarianism. Because why not? It's kind of a fun conversation to have. So for me, I hope you guys enjoy it. And once again, in the comments section too, if there's anything you guys would like to touch on or talk about, let me know. All right. Getting through it. Love it. Okay. So I'll be right back in about 10 seconds or 20 seconds. Okay, so we're going to get into this next part, which is... Okay. Okay, this is going to be a split panel, I think. Yes. So this one's going to pull back that that other thing where it's basically the other device that I've been using, which I think will be worth bringing back, but I want to use previous panels as a framing device on this. And I have so many panels on here that are not from the previous page. Gotta just go down the list. Here we go. That should give me like a good barometer of like height. Oh, am I on the right panel? Yes, I'm on the right layer now. So that'll give me the right barometer for like a height. Okay, cool. So now we're going to basically go here and map out the thing, and then I want to get back into this weird rant about libertarianism. So what's annoying is like I've tried to have these conversations with libertarians, and often like they'll just kind of recommend some book that's really unrelated to the topic at hand. And it can be very difficult because it's like like why I think about this stuff is like I'm genuinely curious like how people answer these problems. And if they can't, I'm genuinely curious like why why it's such a present and powerful philosophy. Because I feel like as people, we should have like an idea of like what we believe and why we believe it. Um, that goes a little bit beyond just like the, well, can't be worse than what we've got, you know? Like one of the reasons I consider myself like a progressive is the fact that like I don't think things are perfect. I never think that we're at a state where things are perfect, and I just believe in the idea of progress. Like I think that we can always take systems that are broken and fix them. Um, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think there are some things that aren't broken and shouldn't be fixed, but um, but I definitely don't like the idea of like completely demolishing a system. Um, that could be fixed. Um, in favor of like a system that might actually be more broken. Um, so it so there's a few things that just yeah to me just kind of collapse on their face. And like once again, maybe I just haven't had the right conversations with the right libertarians, but like to me that's a big one, is like that kind of issue. Um, let's see. And then the roads thing, is as cliche as it is, I think there are even memes about it because it's such an often, like a common issue. Okay, I'll try to explain. How I felt abandoned. Okay. I also need to bring the dogs into this thing, so I want to make sure I don't forget the pugs as characters. Also, this is going to be a sleepy dog because that's what pugs do. And they do kind of sleep on each other, so I'm having this one kind of sleep. This little twirly bop. But all right, there we go. That's going to be the dogs on the couch, or not the couch, the bed. Okay, so here it's going to be another one of these. I want this to not be ginormous type too, because I've suddenly increased the size of the type quite a bit. And we're going to kind of shrink it down. So yeah, like the road scenario is interesting to me too, because like when I lived in Orange County, this is a long time ago. and I was teaching at Laguna College of Art and Design. And actually, we didn't live in Orange County; we lived in Long Beach. And then I'd commute down there, and there was a private toll road that charged like an arm and a leg just to like travel on it. But it was like one of the few directions to get to Laguna, and so you'd have to like pay this fee to like travel on this private road, and it was extremely inconvenient and a little overpriced, and the road could kind of just charge whatever they wanted. And then there were these toll booths that kind of interfered with time, and like it was just really inefficient and kind of problematic and very profitable, I'm sure, for the people who owned the roads. Let's see here. So, in like a libertarian society, let's say you own a bridge that like kind of divides, like it's like the only bridge, like let's say it's one of the main bridges in San Francisco or Portland, like to a major center of commerce city, and you're the owner of that bridge, and it's not socialized, like it's not owned by like the government or anything like that, so like it's like a toll bridge. What's to prevent you from charging whatever you want for people to travel on the bridge? And let's say people decide, you know what, screw this bridge. They charge too much. We're going to build our own bridge. So they build the bridge. And I'm wealthy enough to like hire people to take out any competitor building a different bridge. Or I buy the bridge, right? So I just own all the bridges. So there's that problem. Okay, so let's say even worse, I'm a competing city and I decide to buy out the bridge and then destroy it so that the city has no way of conducting commerce outside of the city. It's just like a little mind exercise that kind of brings into play like some of the issues that would happen with like a decentralized, kind of libertarian free society kind of thing. It's worth thinking about. Okay, so here we go. And then I'm working on this bit here. Okay. This is going to be another one from that angle. I kind of want it to be a little smaller because it's about abandonment. And I'm going to draw okay. Just kind of making a little bit of a scene here. And that's going to be this. So yeah, that's one of the hard ones for me to wrap my brain around it. And I would love to talk to someone who actually has a framework, at least where it's like at all, like there's a semblance of an answer to those issues. I just would love to hear it. And maybe there are answers that are satisfying to other people and just not satisfying to me, but like I've never found one that was like adequate to just answer like the basic questions that are like, it literally begs those questions, like the philosophy itself. And so it's like, to me, I would want to have answers to those things. Just, I am. All right, so here we go. Drawing this panel. This is going to be like a little emo dude down here. So sad. All right. And I am feeling like this page might get done relatively soon. Just have to kind of work through it. Do, 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 do. Don't like the hand being down there. Feel like the hand should be right here. Okay, we're drawing little dudes. Little dudes sitting on beds. All right, so, and then little dogs. All right, little dogs. And we gotta do a little bit of this. I'm thinking like, yeah. So I'm curious, like, what everybody thinks. If you're watching this, I mean, I know this went a long way, but let me know what you guys think in the comments. Actually, pretty open to hearing other people's viewpoints, even if they disagree with what I think. Actually, I don't even know if there are holes in what I'm thinking, and it's always interesting to hear. All right, so this is going to be one of these dudes. It's funny though. It's cool talking to Corey about screen printing because it's something I miss quite a bit. It was fun to do. I enjoyed that part of my collegiate career or whatever, like just kind of explorations. One of the funnest parts about, and I just said funnest, which I don't think that's a word, but one of the most fun parts about graduate school was like the ability to kind of play around with different mediums and explore and sort of be an artist. And I do think there is a part of my soul that probably could have been a printmaker very easily. And now that part of my soul is dead. I'm kidding. Not really. Okay, so working out this like longer form thing. I think that kind of works. Kind of get a little more environment in there. And then we're going to have this, I think, will be her. I think they had like a bunk bed at their place, the place she was staying. Here we go. And this, I think I'm going to increase the size of, but I like the idea of this juxtaposed view where we're taking like the view of her and then just kind of flipping it and reflecting it. Hey, Jake Twister, how's it going, man? Jake's joining in the chats. Just had Corey on. He's off screen printing his patches and stuff, and we got in a heated, fun discussion about libertarianism and why I get confused by it and don't really understand some of the conundrums behind it. Crawling up to a woken state or awakened state. Yeah, those are interesting times. What time is it where you're at, Jake? I think you're in a similar time zone as me, so that would make sense if you're having trouble waking. So here, this is going to be her sitting here. Worked 17 hours yesterday. Holy crap. Yesterday, I was burnt out and just kind of crashed, which is why I didn't soon to be high noon. Oh, wow. Okay. That's pretty cool. Saying high noon is pretty awesome. It sounds like you're going to have like a standoff with some villains like taking over a town or something at high noon. Just the term high noon makes me think of Westerns. I have some pretty cool guitar work kick in and yeah. Anyhow, but you missed our spirited political conversation, which you might have been fortunate to miss. A standoff with the creative self and the slacker self. I had that standoff yesterday. I was kind of explaining. I have this problem of like I want to be like today I overshot just in like yard work, right? Where I have this crazy backyard that I've been weeding for a while. And it's like I literally I just wanted to get it done and be like superhuman. And so I spent like 5 hours out there and I didn't even realize that I just like totally spent myself like working on this thing. And I had a similar moment the other day where I just I got like tired, just exhausted from just like a long crazy day at work, and I was explaining I have trouble resting actually. It's like I built these pretty positive habits working, but I go through a lot of guilt if I have to rest, and I don't know if that's healthy or not. But I think sometimes it's actually good to rest so that we don't like totally burn out and die. A dead artist is not going to be creating a lot of work, whereas a healthy artist can continue to make art the next day. So, like the idea of that. All right. So I'm drawing like kind of a reflecting conversation sequence here. But just definitely thumbnailing it out, not doing much crazy detail here. Actually, okay. see here. I think I need to rest so I don't snap the carpal tunnel. Yeah, right. It's not enticing to start inking back and back. Posting a teaser in the DMs. Ooh, I might have to check that out. I'll scope that out in a second, dude. Pretty excited though. And I actually think I'm pretty excited about the prospect of inking back to back. I will be doing that for about 100 and something pages shortly, depending if I can power through like the process of penciling that long without switching to inking, because inking is super fun. So here I'm just really trying to quickly work out this panel. This is just going to be like a poster. Another poster. This is like a teenage room. It's sort of being used here. I love it. Okay, we're getting there. Ooh. At some point today, I gotta work. The 100 days of making comic streak can't be broken. Yes, you cannot break that streak. Yeah. And I think eventually, like, you know, that's a good motivator, honestly. The 100 days, man. I'm forgetting what day I'm on. It would be I kind of even forgot to mention that at the top. Day 51 of the 100 days. Boom. That's pretty cool. I'm excited for you, Jake, though. Are you making progress? Is it getting to the point where like the progress is, I mean, I think there's like the point where it's good to assess if you need rest, I would say, is if like if you're going to do more harm than good. Like if you're going to do more harm than good, like make a bunch of work that you're just going to have to redo, then crash. But if you're still productive and keeping your health, man, like that's a good way to go. Too much darting around. What are you darting around on? I want to see now, man. You're making me curious to see what's going on in the DMs. Wait, maybe I saw the DM. Are you talking about the panel that you posted a while ago on the DMs, like for me? Because that was cool. But if you've posted more since then, I haven't pulled it open yet. I'll have to scope it out. I perform relatively all right when in flow. Yeah, I think like finding that flow state, whatever that is, is key. And I personally think that flow state just happens from working. But I also know there are days where I'm like so beat or dead where like it's like I'm not going to get a flow state. I'm just going to make a bunch of crap that I have to redo. So that to me is my barometer where I'm like, if I'm having one of those days where I'm just like, I am not going to make anything keepable, that's where I'm like, I draw the line. Cool. So here I have, we're going to have a little bit of this, do a little bit of shading, just to kind of establish the lighting in the room. Okay, I'm going to have to check out that new pick, Jake. How you doing, man? Like, how are you doing other than comics? Listening to anything interesting? Anything cool on your mind? All right, let's see here. So we're working through this section, and then I think we're good to go. Pretty excited about the opportunity to get caught up a bit this weekend. But it is a funny thing when you're creative because I feel like we always feel like we're behind on everything. I need to rewrite this because that's hard to read. Even though it's a rough. Okay. So I'm going to get this last bit. Okay, and then scoot this over. Wish I could hold on. I gotta see what you're saying here, Jake. Music's all over the place. Card game soundtracks, experimental electro, somber tones, candy bag of tunes. Nice. It's a good way to go. Wish I could slay through my to read shelf. I don't stack too much. Yeah, I understand that one. That's one of the things I like about this indie review show thing I'm doing with Corey Kerr. It's like you can check it out on irsagency.com, but it's a way for us to it also benefits me because it forces me to read more comics, because often I find myself when I'm working on comics forgetting to even read them. Waiting patiently for new Snowpiercer episodes. Wait a minute. Snowpiercer episodes. Explain this. Didn't I thought there was a movie? Is there a TV show of Snowpiercer? And if so, how come I haven't heard of that? I must be completely out of the loop on that. Tell me about that. All right. So, um, oh, get back to this. But often get angry. No flippin' way. Seriously? When did that start and how did I miss that? I haven't even seen season one, so I'm pretty excited about that. That sounds cool. Wow, weekly release. Well, I've got something to binge whenever I have time to binge. That sounds really cool. All right, so I have no idea what happened there. I don't know if you're still there, Jake. I think I got booted off because of a power outage, which is hilarious. So we'll see. But I'm still powering through. I got two things to check on after this, but that was really strange to have it. Yeah, that was really strange to have that kind of. So let me get back to what you were saying. You said the movie is its own thing, waiting for the comics to come in the mail. I'm excited about that, though. That sounds really cool. And you said it's leagues better than the movie. I thought the movie was actually fun. I don't know if that's weird, but so I will. If it's better than the film, I'm sure it'll be fun. All right, so let's get back to the stream. Power nap, right? That's all. That's all that happened. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, my computer isn't like crashing or something. That's really strange. Um, Not something I'm used to having happen. Okay, so end. Okay, so let's retype this and then I'll make sure to save off and get angry and hang up. But yeah, that sounds like a cool show, dude. So is it the same plot on the train? Head up, hang up. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually save this. I want to sketch this last panel, and then I'm going to check out your pages that you posted. Are you talking about on in Discord for your pages? Because I do want to kind of check those out too. I was just realizing that would make very little sense. I was going to have like a hang up on the phone panel, but instead I have a end call because it's the best hang up panel you could possibly make would be the like a phone to a receiver, but unfortunately this isn't like in that era of time, so it would have been a flip similar to mine at the time. So now I gotta do more of a I'm angrily clicking this thing. And I'm so mad. Arr. Okay. Sorry. Just kind of sometimes I talk as my characters or talk to myself when I'm working. And I think that's actually a pretty fairly normal thing for us artists to do. Okay. So I'm going to real quickly sketch this out and then I'm going to check out your stuff on Discord, dude, because I want to see where you're at. Looked pretty cool. So when's your deadline for that that anthology stuff? Just kind of curious. And have like maybe it's like like one of those hands. Like I'm so mad. And I grip my hand in anger. Okay. It's actually a pretty serious part, but when you're drawing, it's like the line between serious and silly, especially at like 3 a.m, starts to blur quite a bit. That'll be here. There we go. So angry. As a character, okay. It's the top half of the first page. Deadline is around mid-March. Well, that's not too bad for for timing. When are you hoping to get it done? Are you gonna push it to the wire, or are you trying to get it done earlier? Let's see. This is definitely thumbnail level here. Thumbnailing. Trying to slam through it so that I can see your pages, man. Ooh, the flipper. Yeah, I do like that idea. Maybe that would be good. Forgot about that. I like that idea of the flipper. So this is going to be a thumb angrily pressing that down. I do really like that idea. And that'll be like thwap. Cool. What would a flip phone clap? Is that a smack, slap? No. Cool. I think it is a clap. I'm just going to do clap. This is just thumbnail sound effects. Do 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 do. Very angry thumb here. I'm going to save to. That was a good tip, Jake. Thank you for that tip on the flip phone. Yeah, clap or clack. Yeah. Oh, clack is better because clap just sounds like clapping. All right, Jake, you're going to be my co-writer now. That's actually great feedback. And what I did see of your pages, you had pretty cool sound effects too. So I will take it as coming from somebody who knows what they're saying. Yeah, clack's the better. Clack in there, getting that anger going. Oh, hang on. I do want some more kind of power zip lines here. Do, 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 do. This is going to be a rougher page, but I think that's okay. Once again, these are thumbnails. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Then I am going to have like this hand very angrily clasped in my hand. So mad. All right. There we go. Drama and drama. All right. I love it. That actually works better. Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, that was like the most dramatic way you could hang up like a flip phone, was to actually flip it closed, because it had the button, but it like, if you hit the button, that's like a no, okay. But then if you're just like slap, like you're smacking that thing closed, that's pure anger at the time. Really great feedback there, Jake. Great, more powerful for the story. I will take it. That is kind of what we do. One of the fun things about doing these streams actually is just like being able to get feedback too in real time. All right. Do 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 do. There we go. And this is going to be very loose, worked out page, but that works. Thumbs. I love it. And she needs a little bit of tone on her face to accentuate. I am so angry. Okay, there we go. Love it. All right. So there we go. And then we've got, all right, we got this going. All right, let me, because I am at that point where I've been going 3 hours, and we're going to finish up this page. But I also want to get a refill of my coffee. And then also I want to check out your thing before I do that. So let me look this up. Let me make sure this is saved just in case like a weird power out thing happens again. Hopefully not. Okay. So let's see here. I'm going to go to, all right. Nope. Didn't want to go there. I want to go to general chat, Discord. What do we got on Discord here? Oh, nice. Do you want me to show this on the stream, Jake? I can throw this on the stream if you want. But I also don't know how much you want to keep that behind in the dark. But yeah, that's cool. I like the tones. Oh, sweet. Okay, let me throw that into here. Boom. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. The zipatone effect is cool. It's interesting. I think let me show you something real quick. I love this, but I will say with zipatone, a really cool way to get zipatone effects. What are you using? Are you in Photoshop? Like what program are you working in, Jake? Okay. Well, while you let me know that, I'm gonna take my really quick break, and then we will finish up this page together. So, all right, I'll be right back. Okay. Let's see. Okay, Clip X with halftones built in. Okay, because one of my favorite things for like retro comic looks, it looks like you're going for more of the manga look, so it might actually work. But one of the things I love doing here, I'll just do a gradient. Is I like to so I'll convert this to grayscale real quick. Don't rasterize, discard. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't like crash the system because my computer's been laggy. Oh, come on. Come on. This really would take like 2 seconds if not streaming. Okay, so then I like doing filter, pixelate, color, halftone. And then I usually like, I don't remember what I'm working at here. So let's see what like 8 looks like. So I love doing these halftones because they end up being like legit like dots, you know? And then what I'll do is do image adjustments threshold. And that makes them like these solid, badass dots that print like circular dots. But if I'm going for like a real retro look, what I'll do is I'll actually do the color halftone at like 16 because I think filter pixelate color halftone like 16. And that gives you like these big round dots, which I just like adore. So I use those a lot on this poster I did. Anyhow, I use those a ton because I used to work with halftones a ton in t-shirt art. Let me get out of here though. Go back to color. So like that's the method I used to halftone this, which was like a poster that I made for Scott Serklin's The Young and the Dead, just for fun because it's like his birthday, so it was like a birthday present. But if I zoom in there, you got these like real old school halftone dots, and that's how I did it. I also don't know why color is flashing like that on my OBS. Wondering if that's maybe it's color corrected somehow. But anyhow, yeah. So that is that. Isn't that fascinating? All right. But yeah, the manga approach makes a little more sense to do them like you're doing. That's cool. They have preset sizes. That's awesome. I gotta mess with that program at some point in my life. I also do not like this having like this massive gap here, so I'm going to correct that. And then we're going to move on to this last bit of this page. Okay. So this is going to be an interesting sequence. And I'm wondering if I can go 4 up. Let's see. I can do 4 up. Oh my goodness. That's cool. The threshold can be controlled and expanded, shrunken by zooming the halftone layer in and out. That's awesome. That's really cool. I'm going to have to mess with that program at some point. Oh, come on. Now my Wacom is like wigging out and thinking I'm hitting buttons I'm not hitting. All right. Definitely some strange stuff going on here. Oh. Should have worked. I think this will work. Now I just need to... Yeah, it's kind of cool all the different options that exist now for comic creation. I've just been using Photoshop and Illustrator for so long that those are kind of my programs, but like I definitely think there's some really cool potential with other programs. Let's see here. Save. All right. So that's probably going to be the layout here. And now I'm going to get into this last page, which is going to say, oh, this is going to be great, actually. Let's do this. Kind of like doing these little sections. Opinion of Comic Blast. Are you talking about just like the blast effect? I think it's amazing if that's what you're talking about. Okay. But I wasn't considering at the time. Ah, here we go. What? I wasn't. Considering at the time. I forgot to get a refill of my drink, so I might have to do that in a second too. It's a new program by Adobe to streamline comics by making by point and click. Comics Blast, are you kidding? Is it in the Adobe Creative Suite? Let me look. Because I have the Creative Suite, so if there is a program... Yeah, I don't see anything called Comics Blast. Is that like a plugin, maybe? Maybe that's a plugin. It was announced last year for the suite, but it demonstrates terribly. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in here. I'm wondering if maybe it was just that crappy. Maybe it's my subscription too, because it's like there's... Let's see, there's a beta version of Arrow. That's like an augmented reality thing. Prelude. Yeah, I don't see anything. I mean, Premiere, After Effects, Media Encoder, InDesign. Yeah, I don't see it in my suite, so maybe it was just bad. Nice. I'll check out the trailer for it. That sounds interesting. I tend to like doubt whether those will work because I know they have they have like animate programs that I don't find as good as like just After Effects. So it's like, I don't know, depends. Considering at the time okay, so this is actually good. These should not be as huge though. After she had moved. This is going to say family at the end of the line. And then I'm going to straighten this text out a little bit too. Not final text, but still. See, now I really want to see this, Jake. Click and drag assets. Yeah, that just doesn't sound. It does not sound great already. I'm kind of like. I remember a long time ago. Oh my gosh, I can't even remember the. A long time ago. I'd have to look through my portfolio, but like. I remember this dude approaching me at a convention and asking me to draw like all these heads and bodies and different like arms and stuff. And he was making like this website where you could like make cartoons with other artists' templates. So it'd give you like the arms and the legs and all of that basically of the characters and then the different panel assets and stuff. And you just kind of click and drag and make your own little. Oh, it was called Toonlit. And they had me do a couple packs for them. I don't even know if that site still exists, but it was pretty interesting seeing what people would make with like these assets I drew, like hundreds of these things. I wonder what happened to Toonlit. Now I'm gonna look that up. Hey, create a kind of comics character. I wonder if it just disappeared. The tool is no longer in service. Oh, that's too bad. I guess it's owned by Edge Shelf now. But yeah, they were headquartered in Portland. Yeah, so anyhow, that will date when when I was working for them. But they were cool. They paid artists to make all the assets and stuff. All right. Here we go. Family in Huntington. Oh, it's supposed to say in Huntington Beach. This is a long sentence. One long mother trucking sentence. All right, here we go. Gonna resize this because I still missed. Oh, come on. Come on. Need to resize this because I still missed a little bit. Okay. B, so this should say in Huntington Beach. There we go. That's what I needed. All right. So let me get a refill of this drink, and then I will be back. I also really don't like how weird and wonky that is. I mean, that's actually closer to actual size, but I still want to create a semblance of some kind of aesthetic on these rough thumbs. Boom. That works. Okay. So now I'm going to go get that refill of my coffee, and I'll be right back. All right. Here we go. So, 3 hours. Wow. I am not doing as quick of work as I need to. Okay. Okay. Playing some weird stuff happening here. Okay. She had gotten okay. Prescription for antidepressants. Dot. Off my game. I was just talking about this at the top, which I'm sure, Jake, you probably weren't tuned in at that point, but it's like I was talking about the other night just being completely exhausted, and so I kind of just called it a night. I had a really long day at work with like a lot of high stress situations, and was just like, I gotta crash. And then yeah, but I was talking about like missing a day when I've got like a nice like kind of militant schedule going on, is like trying to get back into working out or something. I think Corey just messaged me. Ooh. Oh, dude. Dude, his screen prints came out cool. That's very cool. I would share that on here, but maybe he'll hop on and show it, or maybe not. Maybe on his next video. But I guess his screen print turned out awesome, so that's cool. I'm gonna let him know. That's rad, dude. Love it. So that's pretty amazing. Yeah, screen printing's fun. I admire you juggling workloads and still pertaining a good hair. Oh, dude, I'd show the video, but I'm gonna make I gotta make progress on the page. But that looks really cool, dude. Um, that looks very cool. So yeah. So anyhow, like the weird thing was, I also missed my workout day, and so it's just like it was this hilarious thing where I was just talking about like you miss a day and then you play catch up and like I've experienced this at least with my personality. Like if I miss a day like working out, um, then I literally like I'm screwed. The next workout, like it's gonna hurt. And it's the same thing with my comic where I'm like, I'm way off my game. So it's like taking me 3 hours to do what would take me 2 hours. To be fair though, some of these streams have gone 4 hours, so that might also be my head just pretending these things take less time than they do. Okay. So this is gonna be a bottle of antidepressants. You know what? Yeah, that's a fair. I just wanted to see that bottle. Okay. I have no idea. That was just a stock image, but that'll at least give me a point of reference. I'm going to draw it from the top. And let's just do. Again, this is not a final piece, so I don't need it to be perfection or anything. Do 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 do. All right. I'm excited though for Corey. He's messing with screen printing for the first time, and it is like screen printing's fun, man. I used to do a little bit in high school, and then I took a couple screen printing classes in college, and just really enjoyed it. Like, there's something cool about any process of like manufacturing that you like kind of look under the hood of, and it's a cool experience in the sense of like you find out like, oh, it's not like rocket science, like it's doable. And like I don't know, there's something cool about like learning different print processes and seeing like, oh, it's like handmade, you know. um Actually, my first job, weirdly enough, my first art job, my first job was like cleaning crap at it. Well, not cleaning, but that was part of it. But it was like I worked at like a movie theater, doing like concession. And I guess before that, I like mowed lawns and stuff. I mean, but that's like first job. But now I'm getting on a tangent about first jobs. My first art job was working for a canopy manufacturer, and they did these giant silk screen poles for like canopies, like the kind you see at and I think they're still in existence because I still see their product um, at like conventions and stuff, like especially outdoor things. They're probably killing it actually right now, um, because of all the outdoor dining, and they made like really quality canopies. But they had instead of like a lot of canopy companies would do like four color process or whatever on they would do like four color process to print and then stitch the four color process printed on fabric together, and it made these like chintzy kind of cheap looking canopies. Like they would do a giant silk screen pole with like this special process ink that like wouldn't come off. And the pulls they would have to do for the fabric were like crazy. Like so you'd have like five guys in a warehouse like pulling this gigantic squeegee. Anyhow, my first art job was like peeling ruby lith film for those screen prints, because they would do uh, like ruby lith for exposure. So because it just made this like really solid edge that you couldn't get with like a photo exposure. And so, we'd print out graphics, like vector graphics, um, on the ruby lith, like using like a plotter, like same kind of thing you see in like a vinyl printer where it like would cut the ruby lith, which was crazy because then you had to make sure you pathfinded the the vector files to where all artwork would have a clean edge and be a solid shape. Like you couldn't have multiple shapes because the plotter would cut whatever vector line was in there. Anyhow, point being, I would peel ruby lith and then they would expose that in this giant exposure unit, and yeah, create these crazy screen prints. So screen printing, which is funny because I hated that job, and then it was like 4 years later, my full time job was making illustrations for T-shirts, like on as my own company, and it was like really helpful, like learning how to do color separation and trapping and like prepping vector files so where they're really clean and simplified, and working with Pantones, all sorts of stuff that I hated at the time. I was peeling ruby lith, and then I moved my way up to like doing pretty much like vector traces of logos. That was my first like very brief art job. I think I worked there for like 4 months or something. Um, but it was like I hated it the whole time, and then later on in life, it ended up being really beneficial and rolling into the next thing, as all jobs do. But yeah. The laser times, dude, Jake, sometimes the awesome ways that you phrase things that's just great. I love that. Jake is a really cool dude from what I gather. All right, so what do we got? Okay. This is just going to be sort of generic picture of a cash register. Somewhat. ATM. Just working out this part with the scanner. And this will be, I think this will be like a sketchbook. I also have like a little bit of the customer here. Yep, that'll work. Just a little bit of environment. Okay, that'll work. I take every opportunity to do a little creative writing. Out of context, it sounds like a violent war period with machines. Oh my gosh. I like that though. And actually, I think that could be a pretty cool sci-fi, like the laser times. It was the laser times. Human beings were. Yeah, it definitely sounds like a Terminator kind of scenario where, you know what? Actually, I think Corey should borrow that when he talks about automation, because Corey uh, talks quite often about sort of the automation apocalypse and a lot of doomsday scenarios that I tend to agree with, but he's prone to talk about those things. I think if Corey started implementing the word laser times, where it's like, then we will enter the laser times into those conversations, I think that could be pretty cool. Anyhow, that's pretty cool that Corey though. That's exciting because now you know it's possible, and I think that's cool. That opens up a door of possibility. I also realize I don't know how much of this you guys are seeing, so pull back a little bit. This is what I've drawn thus far. So now I have to get this next one. Let's try this a little bit tighter. The Laser Times is the New York Times, but set in an escape from New York apocalyptic scene. Yes. That's true. It could just be like the newspaper. If there are newspapers in the Laser Times. That's pretty awesome. Okay. So Jake, I don't know if you're familiar with like Corey's EndoXO, but he's doing like a sort of dystopian future cartoon, and that Laser Times would fit really well. Perhaps, Corey, that could be an advertisement in the fake ads in EndoXO. Could be for the Laser Times, and it could be all about like really crazy polarized media that exists. Like maybe in the future people just subscribe to like hate annuals. Okay, so let's see here. Children's book. It was supposed to say children's, not kids. Man, I'm winning all the points here. Hey, Corey Kerr, I think you're muted.
Am I either muted or my mic is really far away?
You
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh. So I made a thing.
Dude, so cool, Corey. Isn't that awesome?
Yeah, it's fun. Only one of them really came out. I did 4.
Did you do a double pull or a single?
I'm in a huge hurry, so I did a combination of all of those things, and I forgot to pay attention to which one works. But yeah, it works pretty good, and the screen is way more detailed than I would have thought.
Yep, screen printing is awesome, man.
I mean, like,
yeah,
I don't know how well you can see that, but like, I had a lot of like cross hatching and stuff.
Yeah,
and that showed up.
Came through.
Yeah.
Nicely done, Corey.
Yeah, it's fun. So now I've got to hit it with my heat gun. Though canvas, it bleeds through the canvas. So my board is now also printed.
So there's a comment that I can't throw up. Actually, I could throw it up. I'm just not going to read it because it's like the equivalent of like, you know, the Simpsons bit where the kid like calls into the bar. This one's pretty good, man. That's funny bait. Where it says, what do you think of the new up and coming artist? And then just read that.
I saw that. It's good stuff.
So anyhow, very funny, Judah. Yeah, dude. My favorite of those though is so there's an episode, I think it's the Flaming Moe's episode of The Simpsons, where Bart calls into the bar and says, I'm calling, my last name is Tinkle, my first name is Ivana, and I need to speak, you know, to someone at the bar. And then Mo basically puts the receiver down and goes, everybody put down your glasses, Ivana Tinkle. That's my favorite of that prank. Yeah, and then I don't know if you've seen the sofa, the King of Sofas bit that like is a prank you do on teachers. That's really cool though, Corey. You really killed it on that.
Yeah, it's a little faded apart, really but cool. That turned out okay.
Worthwhile.
Yeah, it's fun. it got pretty crowded. But
Yeah.
it turned out all right.
Yeah. I like it. Oh, I dig it. Very cool. Oh, nice. Jake was saying, I've seen bits of EndoXO. I first saw Put Your Heart Into It, but I haven't delved deep enough. Well, it's worth checking out. Okay, I'm going to show you the prank. Do not read this out loud.
Okay.
Think about what it will make you say. We used to do this in high school. It's terrible, okay? But we used to do this to a substitute teacher that never understood it. So she would read this out loud to the entire class and then be like, what? And then reread it. So bad. Okay. So it's I, right, am, and I'm not going to read the rest out loud.
That's pretty good.
And then this was the other one.
She didn't hear that?
Different era. And she would read this out loud in front of the entire class, which is terrible. But we were high schoolers, and that was a funny high school prank at the time.
That's funny. We've had to explain to my daughter, who's 11, that we're not 11.
Yes.
So many times. Dad, say this. I'm like, I don't want to. No. You don't say it. I'm like, no, honey, you don't understand. I've been 11 before.
Yeah.
I'm 40.
It's funny.
Now. I don't want to say it. Yeah.
And the other thing is, like, it's still kind of funny if you can pull it, but if you can't pull it, it's not that funny. The other thing is, I don't think 11-year-olds know how dark we can go, like with humor. Like you're at the tip of the iceberg, kid.
Yeah,
you have no idea how dark this humor well goes.
Oh man!
Like the stuff I've shielded you from that I'm fully aware of. Anyway, all right. But anyhow,
right. Well, so when you're doing t-shirts, I got a heat gun. That'll set it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, a heat gun?
Yeah.
You usually want to just do air dry, but you know what? Read about that because I didn't do a ton of shirt screening.
Oh yeah, you've mostly done paper.
Yeah, I mostly did like prints.
Yeah, from everything I'm reading, paper you let air dry, and cloth you either iron it to bind it or you heat gun it.
Mm.
But
sounds good.
I don't know. We'll see. But
I am really excited for you because that's for a first screen. That's not bad, man.
Yeah,
I had pretty few doubts that you wouldn't figure it out because that's kind of what you do.
Yeah, I mean, I had a 25% success rate, so it's not great, but I got one of them to work.
Yeah, one working is good, and now you know, and knowing is half the battle.
Yeah, my biggest problem is I think I put the design too close to the edge of the screen.
Hmm.
So I didn't have a lot of room for the tape and the ink. But yeah, it worked all right.
I think from what I saw in the video, it looks like you need to do a bigger pool of ink at the top.
Yeah.
So you can do one solid pull instead of having to kind of push back and forth.
Right. And that was just some of the videos. Eventually I added more ink and then pulled it and added more ink until I had like enough where I could do 3 or 4 of them.
And then the cool thing is like when you get in the flow of it, like a lot of people will, you kind of can be more generous with the ink and then pour it back into like a little Tupperware and then keep the the ink because it's better to have like a little too much than too little.
Right.
Dude, you killed it, man.
Ugh. Yeah. No, I just
And when I say killed it, I always forget that, like, you know, being a guy who skateboarded for a bit and, you know, came from a certain culture, like, I know that's a compliment. A lot of people may not.
yeah.
They might be like,
Every time I'm online and I say, "You're a beast," "You killed it," or "That's sick," I'm always like, are those terms so dated now that people will get the opposite meaning of what I'm saying?
They're just like, what? I'm a beast. That's I thought I'm a human being, man. You're like, no. And then it gets taken out of context text, and it's like, Corey calls human beings beasts.
Right.
How dare you dehumanize? Wait, what? No, I was just saying you're like really productive, like you're unstoppable. You're
one of these days I'm gonna be canceled for giving somebody a compliment. It's bound.
Oh man, I love it. Oh, Corey. Did Corey just get canceled? I think he might have gotten canceled. I think he got well, maybe he had like a similar thing where he had an outage. Let's see. Good job, fellas. All right. So here we go. I've got this going. Working on this last thumb. Oh, there we go. Corey, you got canceled. I didn't think it would happen that quickly.
Yeah, that was really fast. Yeah, I pushed the wrong button.
Yeah, I read an article really recently about the cancel thing because like the only thing that annoys me about the cancel thing is I agree it's stupid to cancel people for what they say. Unless they cause direct harm or they're causing loss of profit for a company and you signed a contract, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like, the one thing that annoys me is it's not like it's a one-sided thing. Like there's one side that likes using that word, cancel culture, but both parties have participated in a form of cancel culture for a really long time, you know?
Oh yeah.
Because I'm like, I remember a specific party that was like practically burning every album I listened to growing up. And they weren't left wing, you know? So it's like, yeah, anyhow. I just always find that interesting where it's like, I wish people would be more consistent about that kind of thing, but also just acknowledge it's not like it's only one person in the playground playing that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I still think it sucks if, like, you know, people can't just talk. However, I also think, you know, it's good to not be like a jerk and be really offensive to people.
Yeah, I mean,
if you can avoid it, you know.
The internet dogpile is problematic, but also some of that is just the market doing what the market does.
Yeah. And then some of it's like, you know, somebody was like really unethical with like their love life or something. You know, like
Yeah.
There are some scenarios where it's like, oh, okay, it's good. Like it's a very good thing, you know.
Or like something that happened to me, not happened to me, but I was aware of was I was following this artist couple.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say specifically. And I really liked her stuff. And then all of a sudden it came out that they had been scamming comic readers for decades. Just like, anyway, I didn't know that it was happening, but like it was kind of one of those like little known or well known secrets.
Oh, wow.
But when it spilled over into crowdfunding, then it was like, I don't know how to describe what they were doing before, because I can't remember because this was years ago. But then everybody was like, this keeps happening. Why is this? And then they got lambasted and canceled super hard.
Yeah.
And which, I mean, I think that's great.
But like for ripping people off, which is
they were
yeah.
it wasn't that they were, saying, but I think there's certain things that you just shouldn't say. But I mean,
yeah,
it wasn't just for speaking, it was for, I mean, it's not illegal.
Yeah.
But it's unethical and immoral.
Yeah.
And so, like the law can't say anything when you do a Kickstarter and then you just don't deliver, but the market can.
Yeah, that's true, man.
So
in that case, it's like, I don't know. It seems pretty justifiable. Like for instance, if I like go to a food place and they get the wrong order and then I go back and they get the wrong order, am I canceling them by being like, I think I'm going to stop getting food here because they never get my order right?
Right.
or is that just being a smart consumer,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely a line, but what cracks me up more about it is just more of like the idea of it being like this one-sided thing. Because I'm like, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
I think, let's see here. All right.
Well, she's still getting $71 a month off of Patreon.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Which is
someone in our circle.
What's that?
Not someone in our circle, right?
No.
Okay. That's all I care. Selfishly, that's.
Yeah, she's a great artist.
Well, cool. Maybe they'll pull back.
I think her husband is more of the problem than her, from what I understood. But yeah, I mean, I think
that's where you reveal you're like, yeah, I mean, my Kemble is like a really talented artist, but that Josh guy, it's like, oh crap, he's talking about me. You're like, yeah, that's right, Josh, you're canceled.
That's funny.
Sorry.
Yeah, the funny thing is I should just say who it is. Anyway, she was on a big 2 book. And it got canceled, and that's when everybody was like freaking out. And there were people saying, both sides of that equation. It was like oh, this is ridiculous, how horrible, blah blah blah. And then everybody else was like, they're literally stealing from people.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the thing, is like there's a difference between like natural repercussions from bad behavior.
Yeah.
And then like an unfair pile on. And I do think often people will confuse the two and think, repercussions are cancellation, where it's like, no, that's just sort of life doing what it does. Like smoke cigarettes, you potentially might get cancer, right? It sucks, but it's like, that's part of the transaction there, like there's some things where, okay, so overloaded. I am actually really like happy I got through this page, because like I was saying, I don't know, do you get that, Corey, if you like take a day out, suddenly you're like rusty?
That's my whole life, man. I switch projects too frequently. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just reintroducing myself to this story. She was Eisner nominated.
Oh, wow.
So she was actually a pretty big deal.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Now I'm curious. Now I want to finish this panel so I can like go off air and find out who you're talking about. I'll
just send you a link.
Okay.
And then I will go to bed, since it's 5 a.m. and
oh crap! I keep forgetting you're like That makes a big difference, man. The difference between 4 and 5 is pretty extreme.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging with me, Corey. Thanks for showing me the cool results of your screen printing.
Yeah. I'm excited about it. Oh, glad you're around to ask a couple questions too.
Well, I honestly, like, I know as much as you, frankly. It's been a long time, so.
No, you've got experience that I don't have.
Yeah.
Having done some polls, and I have done 0 polls.
The nice thing about that, though, and we've talked about that, it's like I tend to think, unless it's me doing math or woodwork, generally experience is a gap you can close.
Right.
But if it's me doing math or woodwork, it's just like a mental disability for me. Or trying to do auto mechanic type stuff.
Yeah.
I've powered through some of that stuff though, but
oh my gosh, I'm so tired. All right, I gotta run.
All right, man. Have a good night. Sleep well, and congrats on finishing that up. And I look forward to the YouTube video, which people can find looking for Corey Kerr on YouTube.
If you go to coreykerr.com/online, it'll take you to YouTube if you want to go there. And to a bunch of other places.
Oh, and then tomorrow, well, I guess it is tomorrow. Tomorrow, also, Scott Cirkland is going to be doing an indie review show.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool.
Yeah, and it's a pretty cool book. So I think
it's gonna be hard to not just talk about his birthday the whole time.
Yeah, that's true, man. I think that went over okay.
Yeah, it sounded good. Did he give you updates throughout the day?
No.
I just got.
Give me 1 or 2.
Yeah, I got 1 or 2. I got 1, and then I kept kind of pestering him, and then he gave me another one.
Oh, well, I think we contributed to a cool birthday for him. So
yeah, it seemed to go really well. So.
To me, that's well worth it. But yeah, so cool. All right, man. Get some rest.
We'll catch you later. If anybody wants to see some of this stuff up close, I'm going to put it on Instagram right now. So,
dude, very exciting.
Bye.
Bye. All right, so Corey has left, and now I'm gonna actually do. Okay. Very loose pencils here, but this gets across the point, I think. And definitely don't like that line. Do, 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 do. Don't like that. There, that's better. Yes, haha. That's the expression I was looking for. Well, sweet. So Jake, what you're doing is pretty cool looking so far, and I'm excited to see that. We got to see Corey's awesome stuff. We got to talk about some wacky stuff about libertarianism that confuses the hell out of me when we started. And we wound up talking about halftone patterns, screen printing, different techniques. We also talked Oh my goodness. We've talked about all sorts of really cool stuff. We've talked about laser. See, it's so late. I'm forgetting laser future. Basically, I think that's what it was. Um, I think it was laser times. Sorry, laser times. So we learned about the laser times. We've learned about all sorts of great things, and I think after this wonderful stream, I just feel like I've made a lot of friends. I've learned a lot about myself, and it's like a heartwarming um, Hallmark movie, this whole experience of this stream. And I hope you guys have gotten the same out of it. Jake, thanks for hanging in the chats. Ronnie, who stopped by earlier, thank you. And thanks to Corey for hanging. And I'm going to wrap it. So, real quick, though, I should probably show this page because it is finished. Boom. We did it. We powered through. And let me real quick also change the format to where you guys can get a better view of it. So there is the finished page, final product. Make sure pull this up so you guys can see it better. And there's the finished page. So that'll work. And what's cool is this is actually getting further, and 100 of these refs and thumbnails. And I appreciate your bow, good sir. Have a good rest. And I will see you guys probably later today. All right. Have a good one.